An absolute nightmare of a gate breach, and I am standing in the middle of a cremation yard with nothing in my hands but a corpse ledger and a steel hook. The sky over District 9 burns a vicious orange. Sirens scream from every quarantine tower. All around me, half-burned monster carcasses twitch on iron grates that were never supposed to move again. Then the blast doors behind the worker line slam shut. For 1 second, nobody says anything. The men beside me just stare at the sealed steel wall as if shock alone might melt it open. It does not. A beat later, the screaming starts. See, in this city, the dead are not allowed to stay dead unless someone pays attention. 7 years ago, gates began tearing open over real streets, real apartments, real subway tunnels. The army lost control in less than a month. The guilds bought what was left, and every district built furnace towers to burn corpses before mana rot turned them into something worse. I do not work on the glorious side of survival. I work down here, in the ash and grease and smoke, counting the bodies that other people get famous killing. My name is Seo Heian. Officially, I am a third-class corpse registrar assigned to Red Furnace 9. Unofficially, I am the man everyone forgets is still nearby when they talk about acceptable losses. Directive from Central Command. The speaker above the gate crackles. The voice is clipped. Dry. Expensive. I recognize it instantly. Director Jang Taegeun, head of quarantine logistics for the eastern sectors. Containment priority has shifted. Furnace 9 is to be sealed immediately. All internal personnel are ordered to remain calm while purification proceeds. Remain calm. Talk about absolute garbage. A butcher beside me, old Mr. Guak, smashes both fists against the shut blast door. There are 40 of us out here, you bastard. No answer. Not to him. Plasma fire rains from the broken catwalk above. One of the outer barricades gives way with a brutal metallic shriek, and the first flame-mutated corpses spill through not human, not beast, just charred things stitched together by red mana and hunger. Their ribs glow like forge grates. Their jaws drip sparks instead of saliva. The nearest worker runs. He gets 5 steps. A corpse hound hits him from the side so hard his spine bends the wrong way. The beast tears his throat out in one savage motion, then keeps running with half his neck still in its teeth. Blood sprays over the ash mounds. The smell hits a second later: copper, smoke, burned hair. I move before panic can freeze me. I hook my steel rod through a toppled ash cart, kick it over, and use the iron frame to block the first lunging hound. It slams into the cart hard enough to dent the metal. My arms scream from the impact. I am not awakened. I am not a ranked hunter. I am embarrassingly human, and that would be a death sentence if I stood still long enough to admit it. Maintenance shaft. I bark at the nearest workers. South wall behind the clinker bins. 3 hear me. 2 actually move. The rest keep hammering the sealed gate like Central Command suddenly grew a conscience. I do not waste another breath on them. A second corpse hound springs over the cart. I duck under its claws, ram the steel hook up through its jaw, and yank with every ugly ounce of leverage I have. The head jerks sideways. Not enough to kill it. More than enough to throw it off balance. A burst of rifle fire cracks from the upper gantry. For one ridiculous instant, I think rescue has arrived. Then the bullets hit workers, not monsters. 3 bodies drop into the ash. I look up. Black armor. Ashguard insignia. Director Jang's private security unit, not district rescue. The person standing at the railing levels a compact mana rifle at the crowd below with the casual calm of someone checking inventory. I recognize him instantly. Captain Ma Dokshin, the director's execution hand, the man who makes inconvenient people disappear into official furnace reports. By order of Eastern Quarantine Command, he calls down, voice amplified through his mask. All surviving personnel in Furnace 9 are contaminated assets. Purification is authorized. Yeah, that is exactly how bad it is. The hounds are not the real problem. The real problem is that somebody wants this entire sector erased. I drop flat as the next volley chews sparks from the concrete beside me. A woman behind an ash bin is half a second slower. Her shoulder explodes red. She falls screaming. Captain Ma does not even look at her twice. Turns out, I have seen that kind of cleanup before. Not directly. People at my pay grade are never invited into the room where important decisions are made. But I have processed enough mislabeled corpses to understand the pattern. Whenever a breach happens near restricted cargo, the dead arrive with bullet wounds hidden under burn damage. Whenever a witness survives too long, a new paperwork code suddenly appears. Restricted cargo. My eyes slide toward the old sub-basement elevator built into the far wall under the numberless warning plaques, the one nobody uses, the one maintenance teams polish even though it is supposedly condemned. My father used to work furnace mechanics before a gate took him apart in the first year. He was not much for affection, but he did leave one useful habit behind. He taught me to memorize every ugly vein inside a machine, every vent, every bypass line, every place where rich men hide the parts they do not want seen. And Red Furnace 9 has one secret buried directly under its core. A corpse hound barrels toward me again. I step aside at the last instant and kick a loose wheel chock under its foreleg. The beast crashes into a clinker bin. I do not stay to watch. I sprint through drifting ash, hear bullets crack overhead, hear Mr. Guac stop screaming somewhere behind me, and throw myself into the shadow of the service elevator alcove. The call panel is dead. Of course it is. I jam the hooked end of my rod into the emergency release seam and wrench. The panel tears loose with a spray of sparks. Underneath, just where I remember, sits a manual lever with a brass seal. I rip the seal free. A system alert flashes across my vision. Latent mana synchronization detected. External catalyst in proximity. I do not even blink. The elevator drops the moment I pull the lever. Not down up. Someone below has already called it. I swear under my breath and flatten against the wall. The cage rises into view behind the lattice gate. Two ash guards step out first with rifles raised. A third follows, broad-shouldered and calm, with a white command cloak draped over black armor, so the furnace soot does not touch him. That expensive little detail tells me everything. The person standing in front of me is Captain Ma Dokjin, and he has come down personally. That means whatever is below matters more than an entire worker district. "Seal the shaft behind us," he says. "Director Jiang wants the relic moved before the purge cycle." There it is. Relic. One guard glances back toward the yard. "Sir, the breach above is escalating. Ma does not slow down. That is why the civilians are still useful. Let the corpses and the monsters chew on each other. We only need 5 minutes." I wait until they pass the corner into the restricted corridor, then follow at a distance close enough to hear and far enough to stay alive. The sub-basement is older than the city district above it. Furnace walls give way to black stone ribbed with copper conduits. Heat rolls through the corridor in waves, not industrial heat, something deeper, older. The air tastes like incense burned a century too long. At the end of the corridor stands a circular chamber wrapped around the main combustion shaft. I have only seen it once in maintenance blueprints. Core reliquary. Condemned, classified, denied. Captain Ma places his palm against a locking plate. Runes flare. 6 concentric doors retract into the walls. In the center of the chamber, suspended over a lake of red ash behind crystal seals, lies a coffin made of volcanic glass. Inside it rests a skeleton, not a heap of remains, not rubble. A complete figure seated upright with both hands on the butt of a broken polearm. Every bone is blackened like obsidian after lightning. Fine cracks run along the ribs and skull, and molten orange light pulses through them in a slow, angry rhythm. A rag of ancient red cloth still hangs from one shoulder guard. The crest on the metal catches the light, and memory clicks into place. Yo Mujin. The Furnace Marshal. A war hero from the first catastrophe era, back when the city's still pretended armies mattered more than guild contracts. Official history says his body was never found. Official history, apparently, is full of absolute nonsense. One of the guards laughs under his breath. That broken thing? Captain Ma turns and backhands him hard enough to split his lip. That broken thing powered half the Eastern Barrier network for 3 years. Show respect. He steps to the coffin and produces a key shaped like a vertebra. The director says the fracture spread this morning. We remove the spell plate now or lose it. Spell plate. So the relic is not the skeleton. It is the thing embedded in the marshal's sternum, a slab of dark metal the size of a hand, cracked clean through the center, covered in runes so dense they look like layered bones. The moment I see it, something cold slides through my veins. No, not cold. Precise. A second alert burns across my sight. Unique necromantic artifact detected. Compatibility rising. Hidden class route available. My pulse kicks once, hard. One guard prees open the glass coffin. Another pins the skeleton's shoulders with a capture pole. Captain Ma reaches in and digs his gauntlet into the marshal's chest to pull the plate free. The entire chamber shudders. The skeleton's eye sockets blaze white-orange. The guard on the left dies first. A charred hand snaps up, hooks 2 fingers into his throat, and rips through flesh like wet paper. Before the second guard can raise his rifle, the broken polearm drives straight through his breastplate and nails him to a copper pillar. Captain Ma leaps back with vicious speed. Suppress it! Rifle shots thunder in the chamber. Most miss. One shatters the marshal's clavicle. Another chips the skull. The skeleton lurches anyway, movement stiff and incomplete, like a king forced awake too early. Weak or not, it is still terrifying. Captain Ma draws a short mana blade and slices through the creature's elbow joint. The forearm spins away. The skeleton crashes against the coffin. Its flames flicker. Then Ma does the one thing greedy men always do when they think they are winning. He lunges for the relic instead of finishing the enemy. The cracked spell plate tears loose, and every sealed rune in the chamber detonates. Heat punches the breath out of me. The crystal ring around the ash reservoir explodes into shining fragments. Red ash surges upward in a spiraling column. Captain Ma is flung across the room. The spell plate leaves his hand, arcs through the smoke, and slams directly into my chest. It does not hurt. It bites. A system alert flashes across my vision class detected. Necromancer. Variant resonance confirmed with damaged relic. Cinder grave. Soul link established. The words feel unreal for less than a heartbeat. Then the half-destroyed skeleton in the chamber turns its skull toward me and drops to one knee. Not to Ma. To me. I feel the connection at once. Thin, violent, and utterly clear. Hunger, rage. Discipline hammered over both until they become something usable. The marshal's name rises through the link like ash through flame. Yeom Mujin, ancient warrior. First ember-bound servant. Captain Ma pushes himself off the floor, coughing blood into his mask. He sees the skeleton kneeling in front of me. He sees the plate sunk into my chest, its crack glowing through my uniform. The look in his eyes changes immediately. Not fear. Not yet. Calculation. Kill him, he says. No speech, no warning, just that. 2 more ash guards pour into the chamber from the corridor. I grab the broken polearm lying at Mujin's feet and fling it. I have terrible form. I also do not need elegance. The weapon spins end over end and smashes one guard across the visor hard enough to snap his head back. Mujin moves at the same instant, one-armed and damaged and still completely brutal. He crosses the space in a blur of cinders and rams his remaining hand through the second guard's chest. The soul link jerks. Something pours through it. A warm rush. Raw. Vicious. Not emotion. Energy. A single slain life dissolving into my core and sticking there. So that is how it feels. Captain Ma comes straight at me through the smoke, mana blade low, professional, and absolutely ruthless. I barely get the fallen rifle up in time. His first slash cuts the barrel in half. His second opens my forearm from wrist to elbow. Pain tears through me. I stumble backward into the shattered coffin. He smiles behind the cracked mask. Director Zhang was right. There is a host. I do not answer. I grab a fistful of loose red ash from the floor and throw it in his face. Instinct, nothing more. The ash ignites midair. Not like powder-catching spark. Like a command being obeyed. Tiny bone shapes flash into existence inside the flame, finger-length, jawed, frantic things. They bite into the exposed seam of Ma's neck guard. He recoils in genuine shock, slashing wildly at his own collar as the ember constructs crumble a second later. Broken spell. The phrase arrives from nowhere and everywhere from the relic, from Mujin, from the sealed memory carved into the fractured plate. A spell designed to raise one warrior at a time. A spell damaged so catastrophically that its targeting rune shattered into multiplicity. One corpse, one ash bed, one battlefield. The command no longer distinguishes. Anything reduced to ash can become bone again. Anything touched by the furnace line can answer. Captain Ma sees understanding flicker across my face and reacts instantly. He slams his palm against a wall rune. Somewhere above us, the main purge siren changes pitch. He is overloading the district furnace. Of course he is. If he cannot take the relic, he buries it with the entire sector. Mujin, I say. The name feels natural, final. My kneeling companion rises, blazing brighter. He steps between me and Captain Ma just as the man lunges again. Blade meets bone. Sparks erupt. Mujin's weakened body skids backward, heels grinding trenches into stone, but he holds. I do not waste the opening. I run. Not away. Up. The emergency ladder inside the core shaft is a vertical coffin lined with heat pipes. I climb through strobing red light while alarms hammer the air to pieces. Beneath me, Mugen follows with impossible speed despite the missing arm and cracked ribs. Above me, I hear the furnace cyclers engage one by one. The district is about to become a giant kiln. See, Red Furnace 9 does not just burn fresh corpses. It stores years of ash in rotating reservoirs beneath the main stacks: monster ash, hunter ash, civilian ash, all ground fine and fed through thermal channels that spider under the entire sector. Enough residue to choke a city, enough dead to make a nation uncomfortable, enough raw material to do something insane. I burst out onto the central furnace gantry as the first purge vents open. Fire roars beneath the grates in a single massive column. The ash channels around the chamber glow red like veins under skin. Through the broken skylights, I can see the yard above workers running, corpse hounds swarming, ash guards firing into both. Director Jang's voice keeps repeating evacuation lies through the speaker system. Absolutely shameless. Captain Ma emerges from the shaft entrance 30 paces behind me, armor scorched, blade still in hand. More guards follow. Beyond them, monsters spill down the side stairs into the gantry. Every route is closing. Good. That means nobody leaves to interrupt me. At the center of the platform sits the furnace command dais, a circular control altar covered in old runes under newer industrial plating. Right in the middle is the maintenance slot I have cleaned 100 times without permission to ask what it was for. The cracked spell plate in my chest pulses once. I understand. I rip open my burned uniform, tear the relic free with a wet burst of pain, and slam it into the slot. The whole dais lights up. A third alert blazes across my vision. Damaged spell architecture accepted. Casting route unstable. Range. Maximum. Precision. Collapsed. Output. Undefined. Captain Ma stops dead. For the first time tonight, real fear enters his face. Halt him, he roars. Too late. I press my bleeding palm against the plate. My voice comes out low, raw, and completely steady. I cast it. The broken spell answers. Fire races through the ash channels beneath the district. The furnace stack erupts. Every mound of residue in every storage pit convulses at once. The yard trembles. The walls tremble. The very air fills with cracking light as skeleton after skeleton tears itself out of ash, each one wreathed in savage orange flame, empty eye sockets burning like open kilns. Not dozens, not hundreds. In a single second, 100,000 fire skeletons rise beneath my command. 100,000 fire skeletons rise. The first thing I learn is that controlling them is nothing like controlling Mugen. Mugen exists in my head as a single presence, dense, focused, almost painfully sharp. The army does not. The army arrives like a burning ocean. 100,000 tiny impulses slam into my skull at once. Move. Burn. Kill. Stand. Wait. Protect. Advance. The command network is so massive that my vision whites out. I drop to one knee. Blood runs from my nose before I even realize my body is failing. So much for becoming an unstoppable necromancer in one glorious second. The skeletons remain standing across the furnace district, flames rolling from their bones, but the moment I stop consciously directing them, most simply freeze. That matters. A lot. Captain Ma does not give me time to appreciate it. He charges across the gantry with his mana blade raised. Mugen. I barely whisper the name. The ancient skeleton moves. He intercepts Ma in a blur of orange sparks, catches the mana blade between two blackened ribs, and lets the weapon carve halfway through his chest just to trap it. Ma's eyes widen. Mugen headbutts him. The impact sounds like a hammer hitting wet stone. Captain Ma flies backward and crashes through a safety rail. He catches the lower platform with one hand. For a moment, he hangs over the furnace core. I look at him. He looks at me. Neither of us says anything. Then a corpse hound leaps from the side stair and slams into him. Both disappear into the fire below. Efficient. I turn toward the yard. The situation is still completely out of control. Monsters tear through workers. Ash guards fire into anything moving. My newly raised skeletons stand everywhere like a frozen wildfire waiting for instructions. I try something simple. Kill the monsters. The reaction is immediate. Too immediate. Every skeleton in range turns. Thousands of skulls snap toward the nearest hostile creatures at once. Then they rush. No formation. No discipline. No concern for walls, machinery, wounded civilians, or each other. A flaming skeleton shoulder checks another off a catwalk. 6 more charge through a fuel line. 1,000 near the north yard all converge on the same corpse hound and bury it beneath a mountain of burning bones. I stare. Absolutely useless. Mujin looks at me. Somehow, despite having no face, he manages to look offended on their behalf. Not you. He turns back toward the army. The distinction apparently matters. The relic pulses against my palm. Information trickles into my thoughts, but not as a clean explanation. Fragments. Command layers. Ash ownership. Soul imprint. Heat source. Duration. I hate fragmented systems. Systems should tell me what they do. Instead, mine behaves like someone shattered an ancient machine, handed me the pieces, and expected gratitude. Another alert burns across my vision, active summons exceeding stable cognition threshold. No kidding. I pull my hand away from the furnace dais. The army flickers. Not all at once. A wave moves through them from the center outward. Fire dims. Bones crack. Then nearly 80,000 skeletons collapse back into ash. The sudden silence is almost worse than the noise. I count mentally. Approximately 20,000 remain active. Interesting. I touch the relic again. The number surges upward. 30,000. 40,000. My temples start throbbing. 50,000. My right eye blurs. 60,000. A sharp spike of pain drives through my skull. I release the relic. The excess summons immediately disintegrate. So the 100,000 figure is real. Maintaining 100,000 is another matter. That is the first limit. And probably not the last. I look toward the surviving workers. Too many eyes. Too much chaos. I need somewhere private. More importantly, I need to know exactly what this broken spell has turned me into before Director Jiang sends something stronger than Captain Ma. I give Mujin one command through the soul link. Find a route below. He disappears into the smoke. I spend the next 2 minutes doing something far less impressive than raising an undead army. I save whoever is still close enough to save. Not because I suddenly develop heroic instincts. Dead witnesses are harder to manipulate than living ones. I direct small groups of skeletons toward the monster clusters and leave wide escape corridors around the workers. This time, I do not command the entire army. I divide them mentally. 10, 50, 100. The difference is immediate. 100 skeletons obey far better than 10,000. I can feel their positions individually. I can tell which ones lose limbs. I can redirect a damaged summon without drowning in noise, so command quality decreases as quantity rises. Second limit. Useful. A pack of corpse hounds charges the southern barricade. I send 200 fire skeletons. The first wave tackles. The second wave grabs legs. The third simply piles on top. Crude. Effective. The hounds die screaming under burning hands. Their souls rise. I actually see them this time. Thin red-black threads peel out of the corpses and drift toward me. The moment they touch my chest, heat spreads under my skin. One soul. Then another. Then 12. Then 31. A system pulse runs through my body, accumulated soul residue converted into necromantic capacity. I stop moving. There. That is the machine. Kill. Soul released. Soul absorbed. Capacity increases. Simple enough on the surface. I test it immediately. Before the corpse hound fight, I can hold roughly 20,000 fire skeletons without touching the relic directly. After absorbing 31 monster souls, I summon again. 20,000. 20,500. 21,000. The pressure returns near 21,300. I dismiss them. 31 souls increase my stable cap by roughly 1,300 summons. Not evenly. That means soul quality matters. Good. Numbers I can work with. Mujin returns through a maintenance hatch at the base of the furnace platform. He taps the hatch twice. Clear. I follow him below. The tunnel beyond is ancient service infrastructure, long abandoned by modern crews. The walls are narrow enough that Mujin has to angle his shoulders. Black soot covers everything. No cameras. No speakers. No signal lamps. Perfect. I close the hatch behind us. For the first time since the purge begins, nobody can see me. I lean against the wall. Then I laugh. Once. Quietly. Not because anything is funny. Because 100,000 skeletons sound impressive until your brain nearly melts trying to make them walk in the same direction. Talk about a ridiculous cheat. I pull the fractured spell plate from my uniform. The artifact has changed. Earlier, the crack through its center glows molten orange. Now, smaller runes pulse around the damage like embers breathing under ash. I place it on the tunnel floor. Nothing happens. I step away. Still nothing. I touch it. The runes flare. So the relic requires contact. Third limit. I order Mujin to pick it up. He crouches and closes his remaining hand around the plate. The runes stay dark. Interesting. Only me. I take it back. Another alert flickers across my Vision Owner imprint fixed. Unauthorized transfer impossible while core bond remains intact. Better. At least Director Jang cannot simply steal the thing and become me. Probably. I do not trust the word impossible yet. I kneel beside a mound of old furnace ash gathered under a cracked vent. Raise. One skeleton crawls out. Its bones burn orange. I inspect it carefully. Human proportions. No weapon. No armor. No visible personality. I tell it to raise its right hand. It does. Left hand. It does. Turn around. Perfect. I command it to punch the wall. The skeleton hits stone. 2 finger bones crack. It continues punching until I order it to stop. No self-preservation. No tactical judgment. Basic fire skeletons are tools. Mujin is something else. I look at him. He stands silently near the tunnel entrance, broken ribs glowing, one arm missing, posture still absurdly disciplined. I point at the wall. Punch it. Mujin does not move. I feel resistance through the soul link. Not refusal. Assessment. He turns slightly and looks at the ceiling support above the section I pointed toward, then back at me. I follow his gaze. If he breaks that wall, part of the tunnel may collapse. I smile. So you can interpret intent. He gives one slow nod. Elite undead preserve tactical intelligence. 4th discovery. Not a limit. An advantage. I return my attention to the basic skeleton. Burn hotter. Its flames intensify. The skeleton shakes. Bone begins blackening. 5 seconds later, its forearm fractures from heat stress. I dismiss the command. The fire drops, so output can be increased, but the body consumes itself. That gives me another variable. Duration versus intensity. I raise 10 skeletons. 5 remain at normal flame. 5 burn at maximum. I send them down the empty tunnel and order them to sprint. The boosted group moves faster. Much faster. They also begin cracking after roughly 12 seconds. At 20 seconds, the first collapses. At 31, all 5 disintegrate. The normal group remains intact. Clear enough. The broken spell does not create stronger material when I push more power into it. It just forces more heat through the same bones. I sit on the floor. Ash stains my trousers. I do not care. Now I need to understand the most dangerous part. The 1-second summon. I place my palm on the relic. 10. 10 skeletons rise instantly. 100. 100. 1,000. The tunnel fills so rapidly I nearly get buried. I dismiss them. Then I move into an abandoned ash reservoir chamber connected to the service line. The room is huge, circular, empty except for several meters of dead ash coating the floor. Perfect laboratory. 1,000. Instant. 5,000. Instant. 10,000. Instant. No casting delay. No chant. No individual corpse requirement. The spell does not raise one skeleton repeatedly. It duplicates a single summoning instruction across every valid ash source inside range. That is why the number explodes. The targeting rune is broken. Instead of selecting one corpse, it selects everything that qualifies simultaneously. I finally understand the title of my own disaster. The spell is defective in exactly the most useful possible way. I try again. 20,000. The reservoir erupts. Fire skeletons appear wall to wall. The pressure in my skull becomes heavy but manageable. I dismiss them. Then I test range. I move to one side of the reservoir. Raise from nearby ash only. Skeletons appear within roughly 30 meters. I push farther. 50 meters. 70. At around 80, the distant ash barely reacts. With direct relic contact, range expands dramatically. Without it, my natural range shrinks. So the plate is not the class. It is an amplifier. Important distinction. I lift the relic and examine the crack again. What were you originally supposed to do? Mujin kneels beside me. He points at his own chest. then at the relic, then raises one finger. 1. The original spell raises one firebound warrior. One corpse, one soul, one master. The crack destroys the singular target restriction. I stare at the artifact. So someone broke the worst possible limiter. Mujin tilts his skull. Or the best. He obviously does not answer. I answer for him anyway. I test soul absorption next. The reservoir contains no living targets, so I use what the furnace district gives me. Old residue. I touch a black patch of ash and command extraction. Nothing. A corpse already fully burned does not contain an intact soul. That matters. I cannot farm infinite energy from historical remains. I need fresh kills. Good. Anything without a limit is usually hiding a worse one. I move to the tunnel entrance and find a single mana rat chewing through insulation. Small thing, barely magical. I send one skeleton. The rat bites through its ankle. The skeleton falls. The rat jumps for the skull. I increase the skeleton's flame. The rat burns midair. Its soul thread flows into me. Weak. Almost nothing. I summon again. No meaningful change. Soul value scales with target strength. Obvious, but worth confirming. Then something unexpected happens. The damaged skeleton beside the rat corpse kneels. Its broken ankle pulls itself back together. Orange flame seals the fracture. I freeze. I did not order that. I look at Mujin. His damaged ribs are also slightly less broken than before. Soul absorption repairs active summons. That is new. I kill 3 more mana rats. Mujin's cracked clavicle seals. 5 more. The missing arm does not return, but the shoulder joint begins rebuilding a small bone socket. So repair occurs first. Full regeneration requires more. I can work with that. I keep testing until the tunnel goes quiet. By the time I stop, I have a rough map in my head. Fresh kills produce soul residue. Soul residue feeds me. Feeding me increases stable summon capacity. It also repairs active undead. The relic multiplies summon, count, and range, but does not remove cognitive strain. Basic skeletons obey literal commands. Large groups lose precision. Elite undead like Mujin preserve tactical judgment. Maximum flame boosts speed and damage while destroying the summon. Ash provides physical material. No ash, no fire skeleton. No fresh soul, no growth. And the most important number remains unchanged. 1 second. Whether I summon 10 or 10,000, activation is nearly instantaneous. That part is completely absurd. I lean back against the reservoir wall. My stable cap now sits somewhere above 22,000, far below 100,000. Far above what I had this morning. Mujin stands across from me. His flames are steadier now. The hole in his ribs has narrowed. He watches me with that same silent, disciplined attention. You know more about this relic than I do. He nods. I already expect that. You also know I cannot control 100,000 properly. Another nod. Annoying. I tap the relic against my knee. Can that be fixed? For the first time, Mujin hesitates. Then he reaches down and draws a symbol in the ash. A circle. Inside it, smaller circles. Each linked to the next. Commanders. Layers. Hierarchy. I stare at the diagram. My problem is not army size. My problem is that every command currently comes directly from me. 100,000 soldiers are impossible. 100 commanders controlling 1,000 each? That is different. The solution is not more power, it is structure. I look up at Mujin. His skull flame burns brighter. Can you command them? He turns toward the empty reservoir. I raise 100 skeletons. Mujin lifts his hand. The skeletons form 10 rows. Perfectly. No lag, no mental pressure on me beyond maintaining the summons. I feel his orders passing through our soul link, but I do not need to issue them individually. There it is. The first real weapon. Not 100,000 skeletons. 100,000 skeletons with officers. I dismiss the formation before excitement makes me stupid. We are nowhere near ready. Mujin is still damaged. I have exactly 1 elite. My stable capacity is limited. Director Jang believes I either died in the purge or lost control of the relic. Both possibilities are useful. I stand. Then we build commanders. Mujin looks at me. I point toward the deeper tunnels beneath Furnace 9. According to old maintenance maps, Those tunnels connect to sealed incineration chambers abandoned after the First Gate War. Places full of ash. Places full of forgotten remains. Places Central Command stopped checking years ago. I slide the fractured relic back against my chest. One at a time first. Mugen turns toward the darkness. I follow. Behind us, a final system alert flashes across my vision. Stable necromantic capacity updated. 22,480 fire units. Elite command slots. 1. Upper limit unresolved. I stop walking for half a second. Upper limit unresolved. That catches my attention. Not unlimited. Unresolved. Much more dangerous. I smile anyway. Then I send Mugen into the dark ahead of me and start looking for the first corpse worth turning into my second commander. The first corpse worth turning into my second commander is missing its head. That would normally be inconvenient. For a necromancer, it is mostly an administrative problem. I stand at the bottom of an abandoned incineration shaft while Mugen drags the armored body out from under a collapsed steel grate. The corpse is ancient enough that most of the flesh is gone. Blackened tendons still cling to the joints. Half the breastplate has melted into the ribs. A guild crest shaped like 3 hooked blades remains visible beneath the soot. I recognize it, not the man. The crest. The Hwarang Suppression Corps. They vanished during the First Gate War after being sent underground to contain something the city never publicly identified. Apparently, I just found one of them. I crouch beside the body. Useful? Mugen looks down. Then he shakes his head. That saves me time. I tap the cracked relic against the armor. Nothing. No reaction. No soul imprint. Too old. Whatever identity this warrior carried is completely gone. So ancient remains are good material, but not automatically commanders. That distinction matters. I stand and keep moving. The lower tunnels beneath Red Furnace 9 are far larger than the modern blueprints admit. Old brick gives way to black concrete. Black concrete gives way to Gate-era stone reinforced with mana steel. Every few hundred meters, I find blast doors welded shut from the outside. Most carry faded quarantine marks. Some carry claw marks from the inside. Lovely. Mugen walks ahead without hesitation. His repaired shoulder now holds a partial arm made from pale firebone. Not complete, not strong, but growing. I spend the next 3 hours turning the forgotten underground into a laboratory. No witnesses. No guild cameras. No Director Jang. Exactly what I need. The first chamber becomes my summoning floor. It is circular, roughly 70 meters wide, with ash pits built into the perimeter. I raise 1,000 skeletons. Mugen divides them into 10 groups. Then 100. Then 10 again. I test command delay. Direct control over 1,000 gives me a headache within seconds. Mugen relaying the same order through formation structure reduces the pressure drastically. Not to 0, but enough. I mark the difference in my head. One elite commander can reliably handle around 2,000 basic fire skeletons before his own responses begin slowing. Above 3,000, formations break. At 5,000, he starts simplifying commands. That gives me a number. 2,000 per competent elite. To field 100,000 properly, I need roughly 50 commanders. I currently have one. Embarrassingly incomplete. I move to the next problem, weapons. Basic skeletons rise empty-handed because Ash remembers shape better than equipment. So I start feeding them scrap. Bent furnace rods, broken pipe cutters, discarded ash hooks, old suppression shields. Anything metal enough not to melt immediately. I order 500 skeletons to arm themselves. The result looks completely ridiculous. One carries a shovel, another has half a ventilation grill strapped to its arm. A third somehow finds a ceremonial emergency axe and holds it backward. Mugen walks through the formation, correcting grips one by one. I watch him slap the axe head out of a skeleton's hands, rotate the shaft, and shove it back into place. For the first time since I meet him, I feel something through the soul link that might actually be irritation. Good. That means there is more left inside him than discipline. I do not need a puppet. I need officers. I test flame reinforcement on weapons next. A skeleton grips a steel rod. I command heat through both bone and metal. The rod turns orange, then white, then softens. Bad idea. I reduce output. At roughly 1/3 of maximum flame, the weapon stays intact, while gaining enough heat to burn through a mana rat hide in one strike. Useful. That gives me my first standardized loadout. Basic infantry. Low flame. Scrap weapon. No independent judgment. Mugen handles positioning. Simple systems scale. Complicated ones fail. I spend hours proving that repeatedly. At some point, my legs start shaking. I realize I have not eaten since before the purge. Annoying. I dismiss most of the summons and raid an emergency maintenance locker. 2 nutrient bars. 1 bottle of mineral water. 3 painkillers expired by 4 years. Luxury. I eat while watching Mugen drill 200 skeletons through corridor formations. Advance. Stop. Split. Turn. Collapse inward. Reform. The first attempts are ugly. By the 10th, they are functional. By the 30th, the entire group moves like one organism. That is when I notice something. Mugen's new arm is no longer growing randomly. It is adapting. The fingers are longer than his original hand. The joints are reinforced with overlapping bone rings. Flame runs through narrow channels along the forearm like veins. He is not regenerating the limb he lost. He is building a better one. I walk over. He stops the formation. I reach toward his arm. He lets me inspect it. The bone is hot, but not enough to burn me. Can you change it deliberately? Mugen pauses. Then the fingers retract. The forearm plates shift. A narrow blade of black firebone pushes out from the wrist. I stare at it. He stares back. Since when? No answer. Of course. I push a pulse of soul residue through our link. The blade grows another 20 centimeters. There it is. Soul energy does not only repair elite undead, it can upgrade them. I feed him more. Not much, enough to test. His shoulder armor thickens. The arm blade becomes denser. A second ridge forms along the elbow. The relic sends a warning pulse, elite evolution threshold not reached. Structural mutation available, not evolution. Modification, even better for now. I stop feeding him. No reason to waste resources chasing a form I cannot complete yet. Keep the blade. Mugen rotates the wrist once. The black bone edge snaps into position. First upgrade, clean, practical, vary him. We continue deeper. The third sealed chamber gives me something far more valuable. Bodies. Fresh enough. Not living, not ancient. Recent. 6 men lie around a broken transport cart wearing private security armor without insignias. 2 died from puncture wounds. 3 from burns. 1 has his throat crushed. The corpses cannot be more than a day old. I stop immediately. That means someone else has been down here since the purge began. Mugen crouches over the nearest body. I search the armor. No identity tag. No guild chip. Weapons removed. Pockets empty. Professional cleanup. Interesting. I place my palm over the first corpse. The relic reacts. A soul fragment flickers. Weak. Damaged. But present. I try to raise him directly. Nothing. I adjust. Not fire skeleton. Elite recall. The system resists. My skull aches. The body twitches. For half a second, a face appears over the corpse in pale flame, a man in his 30s, terrified, reaching towards something behind me. Then the image collapses. Failure. I absorb what remains. The soul residue is far stronger than a mana rat. Not enough for a commander. I test the second corpse. Failure. Third. Failure. Fourth. The relic finally reacts differently. A narrow pulse runs through my arm. The dead man's hand closes. Mugen turns immediately. I do not move. The corpse rises halfway. Its eyes stay empty. The skin chars. Fire burns under the ribs. Then the entire body collapses into a skeleton wearing fragments of its former armor. A system alert flashes across my vision. Unstable elite imprint detected. Tactical memory retention. 14%. 14%. Not good. Not useless. I command him to stand. He does. I place a scrap blade in his hand. Guard that door. He walks to the correct position. Already better than a basic summon. I order 10 basic skeletons to rush him. He intercepts the first with his shield, cuts the second, trips the third, then loses the tactical thread and simply starts hacking wildly. 14% indeed. Still useful. I mark him as provisional squad leader. No name. Names should be earned. That gives me 2 command layers. Mugen at the top. The unstable elite beneath him. Basics beneath that. I feel the pressure on my mind drop again. There. Hierarchy is not just convenient, it is my real cheat code inside the cheat code. By the time I finish testing all 6 bodies, I gain 3 unstable elites. None preserve much personality. All retain fragments of combat instinct. Combined, they can command roughly 700 basic skeletons each before becoming unreliable. Not amazing. Enough to start. My stable summon capacity climbs past 27,000 after absorbing the failed soul fragments. I test it twice. 27,000 remains comfortable. 28,000 gives me visual distortion. 29,000 makes my hands shake. Clear enough. Growth is measurable. Slow. But real. And now I need enemies to underestimate it. That part is easy. People believe what paperwork tells them when paperwork protects their salary. I return toward the modern furnace levels through an old maintenance branch Mugen found earlier. Before leaving, I deliberately destroy evidence of my growth. I dismiss every basic summon. I scrape formation marks off the ash floor. I move the recent security corpses into the deepest burn channel and incinerate what remains until identification becomes impossible. Then I create something new. A lie. I raise 12 weak skeletons, not fire bright, barely burning. I deliberately starve them of soul energy until their joints crack and their flames flicker. I place them near the collapsed access tunnel leading back toward Furnace 9. Then I smash 3 against the wall, break 2 spines, remove 1 jaw, scatter the rest as if they lost control during a failed summoning. Mugen watches me. I take off my corpse registrar jacket, rip the sleeve, burn the hem, smear my own dried blood across the collar. Then I tear my worker identification tag in half and wedge 1 piece beneath a broken skeleton. Mugen tilts his skull. Director Jang needs a story. I place the second half of the tag farther away beside a dried blood trail. He already thinks I am weak. I kick 1 ruined skeleton onto its back. He also thinks the broken spell is unstable. I scorch a circle into the floor around the remains. So I give him exactly what he wants. A failed awakening. A low-rank necromancer. An uncontrolled summon burst. No body because the furnace breach consumed it. Maybe I survive. Maybe I do not. Either possibility keeps attention away from the lower chambers. I do not explain more. I just build the scene. That matters. The blood trail ends at a cracked ventilation shaft leading toward a purge zone. I jam scraps of my uniform into the grill. Then I command 1 weakened skeleton to claw at the metal until its fingers break off and remain stuck there. Messy. Believable. Finally, I leave 1 thing untouched. The relic-shaped burn mark on my chest. That cannot be faked away. So I cover it. I cut a square from an emergency insulation wrap and strap it beneath my shirt like a crude burn dressing. Now I look exactly like what I need to look like. A terrified corpse worker who barely survived. Mugen looks at me. I point toward a recessed chamber beside the tunnel. He understands immediately. He steps inside. The 3 unstable elites follow. I close the blast door. The soul link remains intact through the metal. Good. I walk alone toward the upper furnace district. The difference is immediate. With no undead around me, I look ordinary again. Dirty, injured, exhausted, forgettable, my favorite kind of armor. The upper levels have changed. Red Furnace 9 is no longer burning out of control. Guild suppression teams have arrived. Portable barriers seal the yard. Mana foam coats the damaged structures. Hundreds of workers are gone. Some evacuated, some dead. I do not bother guessing which number is larger. A medic sees me crawl through a broken service hatch and nearly drops her scanner. Survivor. 3 people rush over. I let them. That is important. I do not walk in confidently. I stumble. I let my knees buckle. I let them catch me. The scanner passes over my body. Burns. Blood loss. Mana contamination. Nothing suspicious enough to expose the relic. Perfect. What happened down there? Someone asks. I blink slowly. Then I give them the smallest truth possible. Skeletons. The medic's face tightens. How many? I cough. Couldn't count. Also true. A guild investigator arrives less than 5 minutes later. Gray coat. Silver badge. No Eastern Command markings. That means Director Jang does not control him directly. Interesting complication. The person crouching in front of me is Inspector Kwan Siorak from the National Gate Casualty Bureau, an agency famous for appearing only when someone important starts lying badly. He studies my face. Seo Heian? I nod. You work furnace records. Another nod. Did you see Captain Ma Dokjin? I hesitate for exactly the right amount of time. Then I look toward the ruined furnace core. He went below. Inspector Kwan waits. I say nothing else. He notices that too. Good investigators hate incomplete answers. I want him curious, not informed. Curious. He turns to one of his aides. Search the lower access. That is the bait moving. Not Director Jang yet, but close enough. I let them find what I prepared. Broken, weak skeletons. My blood. My torn identification tag. Signs of unstable necromancy. No army. No elite commanders. No real base. By evening, the official rumor spreads through the emergency camp. The Furnace 9 incident involved a defective awakening, a low-grade necromantic burst, possibly linked to the damaged relic. Host presumed unstable. Mass manifestation believed temporary. Exactly what I need. I sit on a folding cot under a thermal blanket while two guild employees argue 20 meters away. 100,000? Impossible. That's what the surveillance flare count showed. Then where are they? Collapsed. Probably failed summons. There's no class that can sustain that number. Exactly. I hide my smile behind a cup of water. Good. Keep repeating it. Impossible. Failed. Temporary. Weak. Every word is free camouflage. That night, I slip out of medical observation through a corpse transfer corridor I have used for years. Nobody stops the corpse registrar pushing an empty body cart. Nobody ever does. I return underground before midnight. Mugen is waiting behind the sealed chamber. The three unstable elites stand in formation behind him. I open the door. Mugen looks at the blood on my sleeve, then at my face. I feel the question through the link. Worked? I raise the relic. Perfectly. Then I show him what I stole from the emergency camp. Not medicine, not food. A printed lower sector search schedule. Inspector Kwan's teams will inspect Red Furnace 9 for the next 6 days. Director Jang's private units are listed separately. 2 different groups, 2 different chains of command, 2 different reasons to distrust each other. I spread the paper on an old metal table. Mugen leans over it. I mark the routes with ash. 1 corridor remains deliberately unsealed. 1 chamber remains deliberately dirty. 1 false summoning site remains ready to be found. I do not need them to believe I am dead. I need them to believe they understand what happened. That is much stronger. I place 12 weakened skeleton cores in the false chamber. I leave traces of unstable relic energy. I even scratch crude failed command circles into the floor. Then I move the real training grounds 3 levels deeper. By dawn, the trap looks pathetic enough to be convincing. And while the city prepares to hunt a weak necromancer who supposedly lost control of a broken spell, I stand beneath them with 4 command-capable undead, 27,000 stable summons, and enough untouched ash chambers to build something far worse. I look at Mugen. Tomorrow we stop training soldiers. His black bone blade unfolds from his new arm. We start building an army they cannot count. I find out exactly how much 27,000 fire skeletons are worth when someone tries to kill me before breakfast. The attack starts in a drainage tunnel beneath Red Furnace 9. No warning, no challenge. Just a steel bolt punching through the wall beside my head. I drop before the second one arrives. The projectile tears through my coat and buries itself in a support beam behind me. Purple light crawls across the metal shaft. Curse bolt. Expensive. Director Jang is finally spending money. I roll behind an old ash hopper as 3 figures descend from the upper maintenance line. Not investigators, hunters. Their armor carries no public guild crest, but each shoulder plate bears a tiny black furnace symbol under the lacquer. Eastern Quarantine Command, Private Execution Team. The one in front carries a narrow crossbow built around a mana crystal. The woman behind him holds twin hooked blades. The third stays back with a barrier rod. Professional formation. Good. That means their habits will be predictable. Mugen is 2 corridors away, drilling the unstable elites. My nearest basic skeleton group is deeper underground. For the first few seconds, I am alone, which is exactly why the man with the crossbow smiles. Seo Heian. I stay crouched. He fires. The bolt hits the ash hopper. Purple runes explode across the metal. A wave of weakness slams into me. My legs go numb. There it is. Stage 1. Take the hit. Not by choice, admittedly. The woman rushes immediately. Fast. Far faster than Captain Ma. She clears 10 meters in a blink and slices through the hopper. I lean backward just enough. The hook passes under my chin. The second blade tears across my ribs. Pain opens hot. I hit the floor. She kicks me in the stomach. Hard. My back slams into concrete. The crossbowman laughs. Director Jang was worried about this. The barrier specialist plants his rod. A translucent wall seals the tunnel behind me. No retreat, no outside mana signal, no accidental witnesses. They really did think this through. I cough blood onto my sleeve. Then I look at them carefully. Not their faces, their rhythm. Crossbow, 3-second reload, twin blades, forward pressure, barrier support, rear position. The woman attacks whenever the crossbow fires. The barrier man shifts his rod half a second before each bolt to open a narrow firing channel. Same sequence. Again, bolt, channel. Blade rush. They are not improvising. They are executing a rehearsed kill pattern. That makes my life much easier. I crawl backward as if panicking. The woman smiles. Where are the 100,000 skeletons? There it is. They believe the rumor. Good. I let my breathing become ragged. Collapsed. She laughs. The crossbowman reloads. Thought so. Second mistake. The first was coming underground. I watch the barrier specialist's wrist. Tiny movement. Channel opening. Now. I twist sideways. The curse bolt passes my shoulder. The woman lunges. I do not move away. I move toward her. Her expression changes. Too late. I grab her wrist with my left hand and let the second hook bite into my upper arm. Brutal pain. Necessary position. I slam my right palm against the floor. Rise. Only 12 skeletons answer. That is all I need. They erupt directly behind the barrier specialist from a layer of ash he never bothered inspecting. His head snaps around. One skeleton grabs the barrier rod. Another wraps both arms around his legs. A third climbs his back. He panics. The barrier flickers. That is the real target. Not the attacker, the formation. I already know the crossbowman reloads in 3 seconds. I know the blade woman commits when the barrier channel opens. I know the support caster controls the entire geometry of the fight. So I break him first. I activate the skill I tested in the reservoir yesterday, not maximum flame. Focused flame. 12 skeletons burn hotter at once. Their bones blacken. The barrier specialist screams as orange fire floods across his armor. His concentration breaks. The wall vanishes. The soul link opens. Mujin. He comes. The ancient warrior hits the tunnel like a cannon shell. His new black bone blade drives through the crossbow before the man can fire again. The weapon explodes in purple sparks. Mujin rotates. His elbow smashes into the man's jaw. Teeth scatter. The woman tries to disengage. I still have her wrist. She looks down at me. I smile. Found them. I trigger Bone Aura. The effect is small, barely tested, exactly as intended. A thin gray-orange ring expands from the relic under my shirt. The woman's speed drops. Not much. Maybe 10%. But 10% is enormous when someone is trying to outrun Mujin. He catches her. The black bone blade stops against her throat. I do not order the kill yet. The crossbowman reaches for a backup knife. I send 3 basic skeletons. One bites his wrist, another locks his elbow, the third grabs his face. Crude. He screams anyway. The barrier specialist is still burning. I extinguish the skeleton flames before they destroy themselves completely. Then I stand. My ribs hurt. My arm bleeds. My legs still feel heavy from the curse. But the fight is over. Almost. The woman looks at Mujin's blade. Then at me. You're not low grade. I wipe blood from my mouth. Your intelligence department is excellent. She does not appreciate that. The crossbowman spits red onto the floor. You think killing us changes anything? No. I crouch beside him. It changes my summon count. That gets silence. Good. I order Mujin to finish the barrier specialist first. 1 strike. Clean. The soul leaves the corpse as a dense violet thread. I absorb it. Heat surges through my chest, far stronger than monster residue. My stable capacity jumps sharply enough that I feel the difference before the system confirms anything. The man was awakened. Human souls carry structure, skills, mana pathways, something else too, fragments. For half a second, I see a room through his memory. Director Jang standing beside a holographic district map. A table. 6 black folders. My name on one. Then the image disappears. I freeze. That is new. Soul absorption can carry memory residue. Unreliable. Fragmented. Potentially priceless. The crossbowman sees my face change. You saw something. I look at him. He immediately regrets speaking. I kill him second. Mujin does it. The soul enters me. More fragments. A shipment schedule. A sealed underground vault. Director Jang saying, if the host survived, push him toward the false chamber. I go still. False chamber. Interesting. Very interesting. So he has a trap of his own. That means he does not fully believe mine. Not yet. Good. At least somebody in this city is trying. I absorb the rest of the soul residue. My stable summon capacity rises past 31,000. The curse in my legs fades faster. Mujin's missing arm rebuilds another section. The 3 unstable elites arrive moments later with several hundred basics behind them. Too late for the fight. Useful for cleanup. The woman is still alive. I leave her that way. She watches the skeletons flood into the tunnel. Her confidence finally cracks. Not fully, but enough. Why? She asks. I know what she means. Why spare her? Simple. Dead people carry information once. Living people can carry it somewhere else. I order the skeletons to strip the execution team of weapons. Then I deliberately leave the woman's communication tag intact. I step close. Tell Director Jang something for me. She stares. I lean toward her just enough. The failed summons are getting worse. Confusion. Perfect. I cut the restraints on one wrist. Mujin looks at me. I give him a small hand signal. Let her run. She does. Fast. Not dignified. Not tactical. Just survival. I watch until her footsteps disappear. Then I turn to the bodies. Time to harvest properly. The barrier specialist becomes my first attempt. I place the relic against his sternum. Return. Nothing. I adjust the soul pressure. Not enough. I feed more absorbed residue. The corpse arches. Skin blackens. Armor fuses into the ribs. A flame ignites behind the eyes. Then the body rises. A system pulse cuts across my vision, elite imprint restored. Tactical retention. 42%. Skill residue detected. Segmented barrier. Much better. He lifts one hand. A curved shield of gray fire forms for half a second before collapsing. Foreshadowed. Incomplete. Usable later. I name him Bulwark. Not because I am sentimental, because I need command labels. The crossbowman retains 37% tactical memory. His hands reshape into long finger bones designed to lock around ranged weapons. I name him Cinderbolt. The dead woman's 2 teammates become officers. She becomes a messenger. Everyone contributes. That is efficient government. Mujin takes command of the new elites immediately. I order Bulwark to control 500 basics. He does. 600. Still good. 800. Formation starts lagging. 700 is stable. Cinderbolt handles roughly 600 with better spacing but worse melee response. Different instincts. Different units. Good. Commanders should specialize. I stand over the bloodstained tunnel and realize something important. My army is beginning to stop being a number. That makes it much more dangerous. I spend the next day reorganizing everything. Mujin becomes primary commander. Bulwark gets defensive cohorts. Cinderbolt gets ranged units armed with furnace spikes and cut steel rods. The 3 earlier unstable elites become corridor captains. Basic skeletons are divided into squads of 50. 10 squads form a cohort. Cohorts answer to elites. Elites answer to Mujin. Mujin answers to me. Simple. Layered. Scalable. My mental pressure drops so dramatically that I test 15,000 active summons at once without a headache. Then 20,000. Then 25,000. Still manageable. 30,000 creates strain, but not collapse. The hierarchy works. That means my true limit is no longer cognition alone. Now I need better commanders. Fresh souls. Stronger corpses. Conveniently, Director Jang keeps sending both. I do not wait for the next attack. I start hunting. Not openly. That would ruin everything. I use corpse transfer records. Eastern Quarantine Command has been moving unauthorized bodies through 6 furnace sectors for years. People disappear from guild detention. Bodies arrive under false codes. Mana cores vanish before cremation. I know because I stamped half the forms. Back then, I thought it was corruption. Now I know it is infrastructure. Director Jang has been harvesting something. Relics. Soul-active corpses. Gate remains. Maybe all three. I map every suspicious route I remember. Most lead toward an old disposal network under the eastern districts. One route intersects Furnace 9. Another intersects a condemned subway gate. That becomes my next destination. I take only Mujin and 300 skeletons. No need to bring 30,000 underground and announce myself to the city. The subway entrance is buried beneath a collapsed commercial block. Old advertisements still hang over the stairs. Half a smiling idle face, a bank logo, a faded emergency evacuation arrow pointing toward a tunnel that probably killed everyone who followed it. Modern ruins have a special kind of comedy. We descend. The deeper platform smells wrong. Not rot, alchemy, sweet metal, preservative fluid. Someone has been keeping corpses fresh. Mujin raises his blade. I feel it too. Movement ahead. Not human. A massive shape emerges between abandoned train cars. 4 legs. Bone-plated shoulders. A skull too broad for any normal animal. Its body is stitched from multiple beast corpses and wrapped in black sealing chains. A corpse chimera. Ranked. Probably. Good. I need a stronger soul. It charges. The first impact obliterates 40 skeletons. Not damages. Obliterates. Bones explode against the platform wall. The beast swings its chain-wrapped tail. Another 30 vanish. I step back. Stage 1 again. Take the hit. The chimera barrels through the cohort like it is running through dry branches. Mujin attacks from the side. His bone blade cuts into the shoulder. Barely. The monster spins and bites him across the ribs. Black bone cracks. Mujin gets thrown through a train window. Brutal. I do not intervene immediately. I watch. Left foreleg heavier. Right shoulder turns slower. Chains flare whenever it regenerates. Core glow appears in the throat after each charge. There. Read the enemy. The monster charges again. I split the skeletons. Not backward. Sideways. 2 walls. The chimera runs through the center. I activate bone aura. Its speed dips. Small effect. Enough. Bulwark is not physically here. But I test something. I relay through the soul link. Defense pattern, Mujin understands. He commands 50 skeletons to collapse inward behind the beast. They hook scrap poles through the ceiling chains. Not strong enough to hold it. Strong enough to pull. The chimera turns. Exactly as I want. Its throat core exposes. Now, I trigger focused flame across 200 skeletons simultaneously. The same skill I tested in the tunnel fight. Every skeleton becomes a disposable furnace. They rush. The first 50 die. The next 50 grab the forelegs. The third wave climbs the body. The fourth reaches the neck. Fire pours into the chain seals. The chimera roars. Mujin launches himself from the broken train car. His new arm blade extends. Black fire condenses along the edge. He drives it straight through the exposed throat core. The monster freezes, then collapses. The platform shakes. Mujin lands on top of the corpse. 1 knee down. Blade buried deep. Finisher. Clean. The soul that rises is enormous. Dark red. Dense enough to cast light. I absorb it. Pain hits instantly, not normal heat. Pressure. The relic crack burns against my chest. My stable capacity surges. 35,000. 38. 40,000. The growth stops around 43,000. More importantly, Mujin changes. The soul energy pours through our link. His damaged ribs close. The new arm hardens. Flame channels spread across his shoulder and chest. The broken polearm crest embedded in his sternum glows for 1 brief second. Then goes dark. Not evolution. Not yet. But close enough that I notice. Chekhov can wait. I place my hand on the chimera corpse. Return. The relic resists. Hard. Much harder than a human elite. I push. The body cracks. Chains snap. Flesh burns away. The 4-legged skeleton rises slowly, wrapped in orange fire. Its enormous skull lowers toward me. A system alert flashes across my vision. Elite beast imprint established. Command compatibility. Low. Independent aggression retained. Interesting. I look at Mujin. He looks at the beast. The beast growls without lungs. Mujin punches it in the skull. The chimera immediately lowers its head. Efficient training method. I call it Kilnhound, not original. Descriptive. That is enough. The subway fight leaves me with 43,000 stable summons, 7 functioning command elites, 1 beast elite, and a much clearer understanding of how terrifying strong souls can be. It also gives me something else. Behind the train car, hidden under preserved corpses, I find a sealed cargo crate. Eastern Quarantine Command. Director-level clearance. Inside are 52 soul crystals. Each one contains compressed residue. Stored growth. Portable growth. Now we are talking. I do not absorb them. Not yet. Resources should be spent with purpose. Instead, I take 10. Leave 42. Then I reseal the crate badly. Deliberately badly. I leave 1 dead basic skeleton nearby, a scorch mark, a fragment of my worker identification number scratched into ash, not enough to prove anything, enough to point. This is the second layer of my lie. The first says I am weak. The second says I am desperate enough to steal scraps. Director Jang wants to push me toward his false chamber. Fine. I will let him think it works. I return underground before sunrise. The execution survivor has already delivered my message. I know because Eastern Command patrols begin moving exactly where I expect, not toward my real training chambers. Toward the fake summoning site. They inspect it, they photograph it, they bag the ruined skeleton fragments. One officer even points at the crude failed command circles I carved and laughs. I watch through a maintenance slit above them. Director Jang arrives personally. First time I see him with my own eyes. He is older than I expect. Silver at the temples. Immaculate black coat. No armor, no visible weapon. The kind of man who pays other people to bleed. Inspector Kwan stands beside him. Interesting. 2 predators pretending they are colleagues. Jang crouches beside one of my broken skeleton fingers. So, this is the host's army? Inspector Kwan says nothing. Jang smiles. Unstable mass summoning. No persistence. No command structure. Exactly as predicted. Perfect. Then Inspector Kwan looks directly at the ventilation slit where I am hiding. For 1 second, I think he sees me. He does not. Probably. His eyes return to the floor. Then why did your execution team disappear? Jang's smile stays in place. Contamination. 3 awakened hunters? An unfortunate breach. Kwan picks up 1 scorched bolt fragment. Convenient. The room goes quiet. There. A crack between them. Small. Useful. Jang stands. Inspector, I suggest you focus on finding the relic. I am. Kwan looks at the fake circle. That is why I am still here. Jang walks out first. His people follow. Inspector Kwan remains behind for another minute. He studies my lie. Not convinced. Good. A perfect deception should not fool everyone equally. It should make different people believe different things. Jang believes I am weak. Kwan believes Jang is hiding something. Both conclusions protect me. I retreat before the inspector can test the ceiling. Back in the real chamber, Mujin waits with the command elites. I place the 10 stolen soul crystals on the table. Every skull flame turns toward them. I smile. Not for you. Mujin's head tilts. Yet. I take 1 crystal and crush it in my palm. Compressed soul energy floods into the relic. The entire underground chamber flashes orange. My summon cap climbs. 44,000. 45. 47. 1 crystal. Nearly 4,000 additional stable units. I stop. 9 remain. Enough to push much higher. But raw capacity is no longer the bottleneck. Officers are. So I do not waste them. Instead, I hand 1 crystal to Mujin. He does not absorb it. He looks at me. Use it when I say. He closes his black bone fingers around the crystal. The flames in his ribs pulse. Good. Preparation. I turn toward the army formation below. Thousands of fire skeletons stand in disciplined blocks now. Not a chaotic miracle. An organization. Mujin at the center. Bulwark and Cinderbolt on the flanks. Kilnhound crouched behind them. I raise my hand. Every cohort turns. No headache. No lag. No collapse. That matters more than the raw number ever did. Above us, Director Jang is preparing a trap for a weak necromancer. Inspector Quan is beginning to doubt him. And somewhere inside Eastern Command's sealed vaults are 42 soul crystals I intentionally leave behind. I already know what happens next. Jang will move them. He has to. If he thinks I found the cache, he cannot leave the rest exposed. So he will transfer them somewhere safer, somewhere more valuable, somewhere he believes I cannot reach. I look at Mujin. Now we follow the money. His black bone blade unfolds. Behind him, thousands of skulls ignite at once. By noon, half the Eastern District is talking about an army nobody can prove exists. That is the problem with rumors. They move faster than facts and usually survive longer. I hear the first version while pushing a corpse cart through a temporary quarantine corridor above Furnace 9. 30,000 burning skeletons. The speaker is a junior guild hunter with a bandaged cheek and too much confidence for someone, standing beside 3 body bags. His partner snorts. 30? I heard 10. Then explain the melted barricades. Gate monsters. Gate monsters don't line up in formation. That makes me look over. Not visibly. Just enough. The second hunter notices. You worked here, right? I keep pushing the cart. Still do. He glances at my corpse. Registrar badge. Did you see them? I shrug. Smoke. Not technically a lie. The first hunter leans closer. They say one of them was huge. Black bones. Sword arm. Mujin. So someone saw him. Interesting. Probably a mutated corpse, his partner says. Mutated corpses don't salute. I nearly smile. Mujin saluted? I'm going to have questions later. Instead, I push the cart through the checkpoint. The guards barely inspect it. My external position has changed, but not enough to become inconvenient. Before Furnace 9, I am invisible. Now people recognize my name. Not because they respect me, because I am the survivor. Seo Heian, the corpse worker caught at the center of a catastrophic failed awakening. The weak necromancer who somehow lived. That story helps me, mostly. People speak more carefully around someone attached to an active investigation. Supervisors stop shouting when I enter a room. Medics check my pulse twice. Guild clerks who never learned my name suddenly remember it. None of them think I am dangerous. They think I am evidence. That is almost as useful as invisibility. Almost. The only person who treats me differently is Inspector Quan Siorak. He finds me in the records annex 20 minutes after I return the corpse cart. I am sorting furnace casualty tags when his shadow falls across the desk. Seo Heian, I do not look up immediately. That would feel too eager. I finish stamping the tag in my hand. Then I raise my eyes. Inspector. He places a sealed evidence bag on the desk. Inside is one of the broken skeleton fingers from my fake chamber. Good. He found exactly what I wanted him to find. Recognize this? No. He watches my face. I watch his. Neither of us believes the conversation is actually about the finger. Quan is not dressed like a hunter. Gray coat. Black gloves. No visible weapon. But the people outside give him space anyway. Power does not always need armor. Sometimes paperwork kills just as efficiently. The residual signature matches the burst from Furnace 9, he says. I nod once. Then it came from Furnace 9. His eyes narrow. Convenient answer. Accurate answer. He almost smiles. Almost. Then he places a second bag beside the first. Inside is a flake of blackened bone. Not one of mine. I know that immediately. The density is wrong. The flame residue is wrong. More importantly, the fragment carries a faint pulse through my relic, even from under my shirt. Elite. Ancient. Mujin related, maybe? I do not touch it. Quan notices that too. This was recovered from a service tunnel 3 levels below the official furnace map. I keep my expression flat. That sounds like a maintenance problem. You worked maintenance records before transfer. Of course he checked. Corpse records. Your father worked maintenance. That lands differently. I let silence sit between us. Not because I am emotional, because silence makes people explain more than questions do. Quan does. His name appears on sealed infrastructure logs from 12 years ago. Interesting. I did not know that. Not fully. He died in the first gate year. So the report says, there. Now he has my attention. I set down the stamp. What are you asking? I am asking whether your father ever told you what Red Furnace 9 was built over. I already know part of the answer. A reliquary, ancient infrastructure, something older than the district. But Quan would not ask unless he knows something else. He told me not to trust modern blueprints. True. Quan studies me for another few seconds, then he takes both evidence bags back. That is not an answer. It is the one I have. Also true. He turns toward the door. I speak before he leaves. Inspector. He stops. Why are you investigating a furnace accident personally? He looks back. Because it was not a furnace accident. Then he walks out. Useful man. Dangerous man. Potential problem. I file him under all three. The moment he leaves, I return to stamping casualty tags. No rush. No panic. No reason for cameras to see me react. Inside, my thoughts move fast. My father touched sealed infrastructure. Quan knows. Director Jang has old relic routes. Mujin was buried below the furnace. That is too much overlap to be random. I finish my shift. Then I disappear underground through a body incineration access line just before dusk. Mujin is waiting in the real chamber. He is standing beside Kilnhound. The beast is asleep. Or whatever a four-legged skeleton does when it lies completely still with flames breathing under its ribs. Bulwark drills defensive cohorts on the left. Cinderbolt has built something resembling a firing line on the right. And Mujin? Mujin has added standards. Actual standards. Long furnace pipes hammered into the ground with strips of red insulation cloth tied near the top. I stare. He turns toward me. You made flags. Mujin straightens. Proud. Not childish. Not playful. Just absolutely convinced this is necessary. Behind him, 2,000 skeletons stand beneath the crude standards in perfect formation. I look at the nearest red strip, then back at him. Why? He taps his skull, then gestures toward the formations. Visual command markers, of course. With basic skeleton intelligence, physical orientation points reduce command confusion. I test it immediately. I tell 3 cohorts to rotate around separate standards. They move cleanly. No overlap. No collision. Brilliant. I nod once. Keep them. Mujin's flames brighten. There. That is the clearest personality he has shown yet. He cares about military order. Not because I programmed it. Because he remembers being a commander. The distinction matters. I pull out the lower sector search schedule and place it on the table. Eastern Command moved the soul crystals. Mujin steps closer. I already know the transport leaves tonight. Director Jang does exactly what I expected. 42 crystals are no longer under the abandoned subway gate. They are listed under a false medical transfer code headed towards Sector 12. Officially, emergency mana stabilizers. Actually, enough compressed soul residue to push my army far beyond its current ceiling. I tap the route. They are using 3 armored carriers. Mujin points at the map, then makes a cutting motion across the route. Ambush. I shake my head. Too obvious. He waits. The transfer itself is not the prize. I trace the road toward Sector 12. The destination is. Director Jang does not move valuable contraband toward safety. He moves it toward infrastructure he controls. If I follow the convoy, I find another node in his network. Maybe a vault. Maybe another relic. Maybe something better, Mujin understands. He taps the transport route twice, then points toward 3 side tunnels. Scouting, exactly. I assign Cinderbolt, 100 ranged skeletons. Bulwark gets 150 defensive units. Kilnhound gets nothing. The beast is too large and too noticeable. It responds by scraping 1 claw against the floor. I ignore it. Mujin does not. He looks at the beast. Then at me. No. Kilnhound lowers its skull. Interesting. It understands disappointment. Noted. We move before midnight. Not through streets. Under them. The old furnace ash network follows the convoy route for nearly 6 kilometers. I keep only 300 skeletons active. Any more risks detection. The rest remain dormant in ash channels behind us, ready to rise if needed. This is another advantage of the broken spell. I do not need to march an army. I can plant one. Anywhere ash exists. And this city is built on ash. We shadow the convoy from below. Every few hundred meters, Cinderbolt sends a relay group to a surface ventilation gap. Visual report returns through the command chain. 3 armored carriers, 8 escort vehicles, 24 awakened guards, 1 command transport, no public guild markings, heavy protection for medical stabilizers. Subtle. The convoy does not head toward Sector 12. Not directly. It turns into an industrial exclusion zone abandoned after the second gate wave. I recognize the district. Cold storage towers. Mana refinery ruins. Underground freight access. Then the vehicles vanish. Not stop. Vanish. 1 second they are moving. The next, Cinderbolt scouts lose them entirely. I stop walking. That is not normal camouflage. Mugen turns. I raise one hand. Wait. I already expected deception. Just not that kind. I climb a vertical service ladder alone and reach a narrow observation slit beneath a broken drainage curb. Nothing above. Empty road. No vehicles, no tire lights, no sound. I look at the asphalt. Fresh compression marks. The convoy was here, then gone. A concealed gate. Not spatial magic. Too expensive. Mechanical. I search the edges. There. A seam across the road. Huge. The entire street section lowers. Underground facility. Director Jang has a buried freight platform large enough to swallow 11 vehicles at once. That is not a hidden room. That is infrastructure. I drop back down. Mugen is waiting. I draw the layout from memory. Old industrial district. Refinery sublevels. Cargo rails. Drainage. If the freight platform descends where I think it does, the facility sits directly above an abandoned cremation reservoir. I look at Mugen. He understands before I speak. Ash access. Of course. We move. The reservoir is sealed by a blast plate 40 centimeters thick. Bulwark solves that, not by breaking it. He creates the segmented barrier skill again. Still weak. Still unstable. But this time I understand what it actually does. He does not create one wall. He creates overlapping force plates. I have him wedge them into the blast seal. One plate, then another, then another. Pressure builds between the mechanical teeth. The metal groans. Mugen drives his bone blade into the seam. Together, they force the plate open 3 centimeters. Enough. I push Ash through the gap. Then I cast. Rise. 50 skeletons form on the other side. No line of sight needed. Just connected Ash. Useful. I relay a simple command through Mugen. Open the manual release. The first skeleton grabs the wrong lever. The second grabs a pipe. The third manages to pull the release bar. The blast plate unlocks. I stare at Mugen. He stares back. Still working on initiative. We enter. The underground facility is enormous. White lights, black floors, no rust, no dust. This place is active. Rows of containment pods line the first chamber. Inside are corpses. Hundreds. Not burned. Preserved. Hunters. Monsters. People in civilian clothes. Some have mana crystal implants in their chests. Others have bone plates carved with runes. My stomach tightens. Not disgust. Recognition. This is where the missing bodies go. The same false codes I stamped for years. Director Jang has not been hiding corruption. He has been feeding a program. Mugen walks to one pod. He stops. The flames in his eyes intensify. Inside is a skeleton wearing ancient red armor. Same crest as his shoulder rag. Another furnace marshal. No, not another marshal. A soldier from his era. I feel rage through the soul link. Cold. Controlled. Much worse than screaming. I place a hand against the pod. Later. Mugen does not move. I repeat it. Later. He finally steps back. That is trust. Not obedience. Trust. The distinction matters even more now. We continue. Voices echo from the next chamber. I dismiss the basic skeletons. Mugen and I move behind a machinery partition. Director Jang is there. So is the woman I spared. Her arm is bandaged. She stands beside 2 officers and says exactly what I need her to say. The host control is deteriorating. Jang looks at her. How many summons? 12 confirmed in the tunnel. Low structural integrity. And the elite? 1 ancient skeleton. Damaged but functional. Perfect. My lie survives. Jang walks toward the 42 soul crystals now arranged inside a sealed case. Then the relic is unstable exactly as predicted. One officer asks, "Should we accelerate the chamber bait?" Jang smiles. "Yes, there it is. The trap." He continues, "Move the St. Furnace remains into Vault 3. Leave the outer seal intentionally weak. If Seo Heian is alive, he will sense the relic density and come to us. St. Furnace remains. That phrase means nothing to me." Mujin reacts instantly. His fingers close. The black bone blade begins extending. I grab his wrist. He stops. Barely. Jang keeps talking. When he enters Vault 3, collapse the mana lattice and extract the broken plate after overload. The woman frowns. He survived Furnace 9. He survived because the spell discharged outward. Jang taps the crystal case. This time, we force it inward. So that is the mechanism. They want me to cast inside a sealed mana lattice. The broken targeting spell multiplies. The chamber reflects the output. My own summoning burst cooks me from inside. Elegant, cruel, useful to know. The officer asks, "And if he refuses the bait?" Jang looks toward the preserved corpses. "Then we leak enough information to make him believe these people are still alive." My expression does not change. Mujin's does not exist, but I feel the temperature rise around him. Jang has just explained why my father's old records matter. He knows I worked corpse intake. He knows names from those routes may pull me in. He thinks sentiment will do what greed cannot. That part is almost insulting. Then Director Jang says one more thing. Inspector Quan is becoming inconvenient. If possible, arrange for him to enter the chamber first. There. Now the board becomes clearer. Jang wants the relic. He wants me dead. He wants Quan dead. And he thinks one trap can solve all three problems. Efficient man. I can respect the structure, not the execution. We retreat without touching anything. Not one crystal. Not one corpse. Not one seal. That matters. If anything changes tonight, Jang knows someone entered. So I leave everything exactly where it is. Back underground, Mujin finally stops. He turns toward me. His flames are violent now. I know what he wants. The preserved ancient soldiers. The St. Furnace remains. Revenge. Recovery. Maybe both. I shake my head. Not yet. He steps closer. The soul link tightens. For the first time, genuine disagreement. I do not command him to stop. I let him feel my plan instead. Not words. Structure. The fake chamber. Jang's confidence. The moved crystals. The trap. The preserved soldiers. Every thread. Then I point upward. He thinks we are already walking into his hand. Mujin goes still. I continue. So we let him keep thinking that. His blade retracts slowly. Good. The next morning, the rumor changes again. I hear it inside the temporary guild cafeteria. 2 investigators sit behind me. One whispers, "Eastern Command found another nest." The other asks, "Skeletons?" Supposedly. Weak ones. Same necromancer? Probably. A third voice joins them. No chance. If someone summoned that many at Furnace 9, he'd be dead by now. I drink my coffee. Terrible coffee. Excellent rumor. Then I hear something better. They're transferring the relic investigation to Director Jang. Perfect. His authority expands. His confidence rises. My external position shrinks back toward harmless survivor. Exactly where I want it. Inspector Quan enters the cafeteria. Conversation dies immediately. He walks straight past the investigators. Straight toward me. He places a folded document beside my coffee. No greeting. Your employment suspension is lifted. I look at the paper. Temporary reinstatement. Corpse records. Restricted access. Eastern District. That is not random. Why? Director Jang requested more staff. I look up. Quan watches me carefully. Then he adds, specifically staff familiar with historical furnace intake codes. There it is. The bait has reached me. Right on schedule. Jang wants me close to Vault 3. He wants me curious. He wants me desperate. He wants me to believe I found the path myself. I fold the document. Do I have a choice? Quan's expression barely moves. Everyone has a choice. Interesting answer. I stand. Then I'll work. He nods. As I walk away, he speaks once more. Seo Heian. I stop. Be careful what looks accidentally unlocked. I turn my head slightly. Inspector Kwan is already drinking someone else's untouched coffee. So, he sees the trap too. Not all of it, enough. That makes him more dangerous. And more useful. That evening, I return underground. Mujin stands beneath his crude red standards. Thousands of fire skeletons turn toward me. Bulwark raises his shield arm, Cinderbolt locks into attention. Kilnhound rises from the ash. I place the reinstatement order on the command table. Then I place a hand on the cracked relic. Tomorrow I walk into Director Jang's trap. Every elite flame brightens. I look at Mujin, and while he watches me, I point toward the underground facility map. You steal everything behind him. Director Jang's trap begins with a locked door that is very obviously not locked enough. I stand in the restricted records wing of Eastern Quarantine Command with a clipboard in one hand and a corpse transfer manifest in the other. 2 guards sit 20 meters away. Neither looks at me. That means they have been told not to. Subtle. I almost admire the effort. The corridor is cleaner than any furnace facility, has a right to be. White walls, black floor, no ash, no exposed pipes, no smells of burning flesh. Rich people even sterilize their crimes. Vault 3 waits at the end. The access panel flashes red when I pass. Restricted, then green. Temporary maintenance override. Accidental, apparently. I keep walking. No hesitation. That matters. A man who suspects a trap slows down. A weak worker following paperwork does not. I reach the records terminal beside the vault and begin entering historical corpse codes exactly as ordered. 1, 2, 3. Old furnace intake batches. First gate war casualties. Emergency burn authorizations. Unclaimed hunter remains. Then one name appears. Seo Minjai, my father. I stop. Only for half a second. Good bait. Better than I expected. The entry says transfer incomplete. Destination, St. Furnace Preservation Unit. No death confirmation attached. Director Jang really did his homework. I already know the file could be fabricated. That does not make it useless. It tells me what Jang thinks matters to me, which means it tells me how he expects me to behave. I open the linked record. The vault door clicks. There, invitation accepted. I step inside. The chamber is enormous. Rows of preserved remains stand behind translucent barriers. Ancient soldiers, hunters, mana beasts. Some bodies are intact. Some are nothing but armored bones. At the center sits a black pedestal holding a sealed fragment of red gold bone. The relic under my shirt pulses. Hard. The mana lattice embedded in the walls responds immediately. I feel pressure close around me. Not visible. Not yet. Jang built the chamber exactly as described. Reflective containment. Any large summon here rebounds through the caster. Elegant. I walk deeper. No fear. No greed. Just enough curiosity for the cameras. I stop in front of the central pedestal. A voice comes through the ceiling. Mr. Seo, Director Jang. Of course, I look up. Director. I was told you were assigned to records. I am. And yet here you are. I glance toward the unlocked door. It opened. Silence. Then he laughs. Soft. Controlled. You really are your father's son. Interesting. I do not react too quickly. You knew him. I knew of him. Not the same. He continues. Your father was involved in infrastructure beneath Furnace 9. I already suspected that. He found something he should not have. More useful. What? The lights dim slightly. The mana lattice powers up another stage. Jang wants me emotionally engaged before the trap closes. Fine, I let him talk. A first-generation necromantic relay system. There it is, relay. Command architecture. Mujin's hierarchy diagram was not improvised. It came from somewhere. Your father believed it could be used defensively. Jang almost sounds amused. He was naive. I look at the preserved ancient soldiers. And you? I believed it could be controlled. More honest than I expect, probably because he thinks I am already dead. The central bone fragment begins glowing. My relic answers. The resonance is immediate, strong enough to make my chest ache. A system pulse runs through my vision-compatible relay fragment detected. Command network expansion possible. That matters. A lot. I understand Jang's bait now. The object is real. He did not put junk in the trap. He put something valuable enough that I might actually risk taking it. Good strategy. Bad assumption. I do not need to steal it personally. That is what armies are for. I place my clipboard down. Was my father killed because of this? The silence lasts just a little too long. Then Jang answers. He refused to cooperate. That is enough. Not emotionally, structurally. I now know my father's death was not random. I also know Jang is comfortable admitting it under secure conditions, meaning he believes no record of this conversation survives. Fine. I step closer to the pedestal. The lattice tightens. My relic heats. Another system warning flashes across my vision. Reflective mana field detected. Mass summon instability critical. Exactly as expected. I raise one hand. Cameras swivel. Director Jang's voice sharpens. Go on. He wants the cast. He thinks desperation will do the rest. I smile. Small. Sure. Then I summon one skeleton. One. The chamber flashes orange. A single fire skeleton rises from the thin layer of ceremonial ash beneath the pedestal. The reflected force hits me. Hard. Pain punches through my ribs. But one summon is survivable. The skeleton immediately grabs the red gold relay fragment. Director Jang goes silent. The barrier slams shut. Too late. The skeleton does not bring the fragment to me. It crushes the pedestal housing, then throws the fragment through a maintenance vent. The vent is too small for a person, not too small for bone. Director Jang shouts something I do not bother hearing, because 3 levels below, Mujin is waiting. The fragment drops through the shaft. He catches it. The soul link explodes with heat. Command network data floods through him, and through me. A system alert burns across my vision relay fragment integrated through Elite Commander. Secondary command channels unlocked. There. That is the first half. The second is already happening elsewhere. While Jang watches me in Vault 3, Bulwark opens the preserved corpse wing. Cinderbolt takes the crystal storage route. Kilnhound blocks the underground freight exit. The 3 unstable captains lead nearly 6,000 basic skeletons through ash channels beneath the facility. No marching army, no alarms at first. Just summons appearing inside rooms that should be secure. Exactly what the broken spell does best. The first alarm finally screams. Jang hears it. I hear it too. His voice changes. What did you do? I look at the camera. Records work. Then the chamber floor shakes. Far below, Mujin activates the relay fragment. I feel the difference instantly. Before, every elite command passes through him as one central trunk. Now the network branches. Mujin can delegate. Bulwark can issue defensive commands without direct confirmation. Cinderbolt can run firing cohorts independently. The unstable captains can relay simple instructions farther down the chain. My army has just stopped being one mind carrying too many hands. It has become an actual structure. I feel pressure vanish from my skull. Thousands of units move without me touching them individually. That is bigger than increasing the summon cap. Much bigger. The vault lights flicker. Director Jang cuts the audio, then locks the door. Predictable. A hidden panel opens in the ceiling. Mana suppressor gas pours in. I pull my coat over my mouth. Not enough. My limbs get heavy. The reflective lattice tightens again. Jang is not panicking yet. He still thinks the chamber can kill me. Good. Above-ground security mobilizes. I sense the fight through fragments in the soul link. Bulwark holds a corridor against 8 awakened guards. His segmented barrier skill strengthens under pressure. 3 plates. 5. 7. Still unstable. Still imperfect. But every use is better than the last. Foreshadowing becoming function. Cinderbolt reaches the soul crystal vault. 42 crystals. He does not take all of them. That is my order. He takes 20. Leaves 22. Important. If Jang loses everything, he knows the facility is fully compromised. If he loses less than half, he may believe part of the security system still works. I want him confused, not informed. Kilnhound catches the first evacuation team at the freight elevator. I feel violence through the link. Fast. Savage. He does not kill everyone. Also my order. Wounded witnesses are useful. terrified witnesses even more. One security officer escapes upward screaming about hundreds of skeletons, not thousands. Excellent. My lie survives inside the truth. I turn toward the preserved corpses. The suppressor gas thickens. My vision blurs. I need out. Mass summoning is impossible inside the reflective field, so I use the smallest version of the same trick. Ash exists in ventilation filters, in wall seams, in emergency cremation cartridges, a little everywhere. I summon 20 skeleton hands, not full bodies, hands. The system does not care about elegance, only valid material and command shape. 20 burning skeletal hands crawl across the walls. They rip open sensor housings, crush lattice nodes, jam vent shutters. The reflected mana still hurts, but the load is tiny. Director Jang did not design the chamber for partial summons. Nobody does. Why would they? Necromancers are supposed to raise corpses, not disembodied maintenance problems. 3 lattice nodes fail. Pressure drops. I summon 1 full skeleton, then 5, then 20. The chamber starts losing containment. Director Jang comes back on the speaker. Stop. Now there is tension in his voice. Finally. Why? You will destabilize the entire preservation wing. I laugh once. So now you care about the dead? No answer. I order the skeletons to attack only the lattice anchors, not the preserved remains. Precision matters. 1 anchor cracks, then another. The reflective field collapses on the eastern side. I feel the relief instantly. My natural summon range expands. I raise 200 skeletons, then 500. The chamber fills with fire, not chaotic, layered, organized. Muujin's new relay structure catches the commands and distributes them automatically. The skeletons form lanes around the preserved bodies without touching them. That is new. Yesterday, 500 basics would have trampled everything. Today, they maneuver. I smile. Director Jang hears me. You think this is victory? No. I place a hand on the sealed inner door. This is inventory. The skeletons tear the vault open. Outside, Eastern Command officers are already fighting. Stage 1 is over. They have the numbers. Better gear. Better individual fighters. My skeletons take losses immediately. A lightning hunter vaporizes 30 in one cast. A spear user destroys 20 more. 2 flame skeleton cohorts collapse under suppression foam. The enemy celebrates too early. Exactly as they should. I do not rush. I watch through the command network. Attack intervals. Mana recovery. Barrier cycles. Formation gaps. Same principle as the drainage tunnel. Different scale. Read the enemy. The lightning hunter needs 4 seconds between bursts. The spear user anchors his left foot before wide sweeps. Suppression foam projectors require line of sight. Good. I pass the pattern to Muujin. He relays it. Cinderbolt changes firing angles. Bulwark advances his barrier cohorts. Basic skeletons stop charging head-on. They begin baiting attacks. 30 enter lightning range. The hunter casts. They die. 4-second gap. 150 ranged skeletons fire heated steel spikes from 3 directions. Not accurate. Volume compensates. The hunter blocks most. Not all. A spike enters his thigh. He stumbles. Muujin appears. 1 slash. Not killing. Disarming. The hunter's staff flies. Bulwark's cohort closes. Now the spear user. 200 skeletons approach in a loose ring. He sweeps. They fall back before contact. He anchors again. There, Cinderbolt fires. He changes position too late. The first spike hits his shoulder. The second hits his calf. The third does nothing. The fourth punches through his weapon hand. Formation breaking. Good. I release bone aura through the relay network. This time, not from 1 point, from hundreds. A thin gray-orange field blooms across the combat wing. Small debuff individually. Massive effect collectively. Enemy movement slows. Mana circulation drags. Weapon recovery takes longer. The skill is still crude. But now it scales. Exactly why I tested it before. Eastern Command finally realizes the fight is changing. One officer screams into his communicator. Where are they coming from? Everywhere. That is the answer. Ash vents. Cremation cartridges. Old burn channels. Dead monster residue. The facility itself is feeding me spawn points. I do not need doors. I do not need hallways. I only need remains. Another alert flashes across my vision. Active fire units. 18,600. Stable control maintained through relay hierarchy. There. That number would have crushed my skull 2 days ago. Now it feels manageable. I keep 20,000 as reserve. No reason to show more. Director Jang needs to believe he has seen the limit. He has not. Not even close. Then something unexpected happens. The preserved ancient soldier Mujin reacted to earlier opens its eyes. Not physically. Soul flame. Red. Dim. But active. The relay fragment awakened it. Mujin freezes through the link. I feel recognition. Pain. Not mine. His. The ancient soldier raises one hand against the glass pod. A name enters the soul link. Han Guillaume, Captain. 2nd Ember Battalion, Mujin's subordinate. There it is, a real companion connection. Not manufactured, not convenient. History. Jang did not preserve random bones. He preserved Mujin's army. I understand why the relay fragment matters now. It was part of their command system. A battlefield necromantic network. Ancient military architecture. The broken spell and Mujin are not unrelated anomalies. They come from the same lost doctrine. Director Jang has been collecting pieces without understanding the full machine. And I just connected 2 of them. Mujin moves toward Han Guillaume's pod. I stop him through the soul link. Not now. The resistance is immediate. Stronger than before. I feel his rage, his urgency, his memory. Men burning in formation. Orders cut off. A battlefield collapsing. Then nothing. I send back one thought. We free all of them or none. Mujin stops. That is the decision, not sentiment. Scale. If we break one pod now, alarms lock the rest. If we wait 30 seconds, Bulwark can disable the preservation controls. Mujin understands. Barely. The fight continues. Eastern Command reinforcements pour down from the upper lift. More than expected. 30 awakened hunters. Heavy barrier armor. 2 suppressor cannons. Director Jang kept a real reserve. Good. I prefer enemies with resources. More souls. More officers. More growth. The first suppressor cannon fires. A white wave crosses the corridor. 3,000 skeletons collapse instantly. That gets my attention. Not dead. Dismissed. The spell connection severs. Temporary anti-necromancy. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Second cannon charges. I watch. 3 seconds. Fixed arc. Heavy recoil. Needs stabilizer legs. Obvious weakness. I relay one command. Kilnhound. He comes through the side wall. Literally. The beast crashes through a thin maintenance partition. Bone-plated skull first. The first cannon operator barely turns. Kilnhound bites the entire stabilizer assembly and tears it sideways. The cannon fires into the ceiling. Mana feedback explodes. Half the upper corridor collapses. The second crew panics. Mujin uses the opening. He moves faster than before. Relay fragment burning against his chest. Black bone blade extended. He crosses 30 meters through smoke. The second cannon fires. Mujin throws his new arm forward. The blade splits into 3 hooked bone segments. Not full evolution. Another modification. Foreshadowed by the adaptive arm. The hooks catch the cannon muzzle. He twists. The shot diverts. Then he pulls himself forward along the bone segments and drives his skull into the operator. Brutal. Efficient. Very Mujin. I absorb the fallen awakened souls as they die. Capacity rises. 47,000. 50,000. 53. 56. The numbers climb fast now. Human awakened souls are absurdly valuable. My active units repair mid-fight. Broken limbs seal. Flames intensify. Bulwark's segmented barrier becomes stable enough to hold against 3 direct mana blasts. Cinderbolt learns to coordinate volleys instead of random fire. The unstable captains improve slightly through repeated command load. The army evolves through use. That matters. Not just raw soul feeding. Experience persists through elites. By the time the Eastern Combat Wing falls, I have lost nearly 9,000 basic skeletons. I raise replacements in less than a second. That breaks the enemy psychologically. I see it happen. One officer watches thousands of destroyed skeletons collapse into ash. He exhales. Relief. Then I cast again. Every pile rises. Again. Fresh skeletons, fresh fire, fresh weapons picked from the floor. His face empties. That is the real terror of the broken spell. Not 100,000 once. Repeated mass replacement. As long as Ash remains. As long as I have capacity. As long as my mind holds. The officer drops his weapon. Not everyone does. Good. I still need souls. The remaining guards retreat toward the command sector. I let them. Chasing would reveal too much. We came for infrastructure. Not extermination. Bulwark disables the preservation locks. The pods open. Cold vapor floods the chamber. Mujin walks to Han Guillaume first. He does not kneel. He stands straight. The dead captain rises slowly. Armor cracked. Bones red-black. Soul flame weak. Mujin places one hand against his chest. The relay fragment pulses. Han Guillaume's flame strengthens. A system alert flashes ancient command imprint detected. Elite resurrection possible. Memory integrity, 68%. 68, far higher than the modern elites. I place my palm on the captain's sternum. Return. The corpse ignites. Not orange, deep red. The body burns away. Armor remains. A tall fire skeleton rises inside it, holding the remains of a curved spear. He looks at Mujin, then at me, then drops to one knee. Not because I demand it, because he understands the chain. Mujin is his marshal. I am Mujin's master. Simple. Ancient soldiers apparently appreciate hierarchy. I can work with that. Han Guillaume becomes my second true commander. The effect on the network is immediate. Mujin routes defensive and infantry cohorts through him. My command bandwidth expands again. I feel almost no pressure maintaining 25,000, then 30,000, then 35. Excellent. We resurrect only 7 ancient officers, no more. The others lack enough soul integrity. I do not waste them. Their remains stay preserved. Later. Chekhov before climax. Not everything needs to happen now. Cinderbolt arrives with 20 soul crystals. Bulwark brings 3 relic cases. Inside one is a bone-inscribed command ring. Inside another, a black flame seal. The third contains something wrapped in my father's maintenance cloth. That catches me. I unwrap it. A brass tag. Old. Scratched. The same style used by Furnace 9 mechanics. On the back, 3 words are carved by hand. Do not complete relay. I stare at it. Mujin does too. That changes the problem. My father did not simply discover the system. He feared the complete version. Why? I do not know. That bothers me more than any trap. We take the tag, take the 20 crystals, take the 7 resurrected ancient officers, leave the rest. Again, not greed. Control. Then I do something Director Jang will completely misunderstand. I put the red gold relay fragment back. Not inside Vault 3, inside the main command chamber. Visible. Deliberate. Mujin stares at me. I understand the objection. The fragment is valuable, but no longer necessary. It has already transferred its command pattern into his core. Keeping it risks telling Jang we understood too much. Returning it creates a better story. The weak Necromancer came, tried to steal the relic, failed to hold the facility, escaped with some crystals and corpses. Exactly the level of success Jang can tolerate without abandoning the entire network. That matters. The trap needs to remain alive, not exposed. We withdraw through the ash channels. No victory speech. No occupation. No dramatic flag planted in the command room. That would be stupid. By sunrise, Eastern Command retakes the facility. Jang sees the damage. Sees the missing 20 crystals. Sees several empty ancient pods. Sees the relay fragment left behind. And most importantly, sees surviving witnesses describing an army of only several thousand. Not 30,000. Not 50. Several thousand. Perfect. I return to the surface before my work shift. Nobody arrests me. That tells me Jang is still uncertain. Good. At noon, I overhear 2 clerks whispering near the furnace registry. Vault 3 was hit. By the Necromancer? They say he barely escaped. Then he's getting stronger. Not enough. I stamp a body tag. Not enough. Excellent. Across the room, Inspector Kwan is pretending to read a report. His eyes lift toward me once. He knows. Not everything. Enough. He says nothing. Better. That evening, I return to the real underground chamber. The army is different now. 35,000 fire skeletons stand in organized sectors. 7 ancient officers oversee formations. Bulwark commands layered defenses. Cinderbolt runs ranged cohorts. Han Guillaume stands beside Mujin. Kilnhound patrols the outer chamber. No chaos. No wasted movement. No direct command overload. An empire in the dark. Not territory. Not yet. Infrastructure. Routes. Ash reservoirs. Relay nodes. Hidden chambers. Commanders. Soul reserves. I crush 5 of the stolen crystals. My stable capacity climbs past 70,000. I stop there. 15 crystals remain. Enough for more. But 70,000 controlled properly is worth far more than 100,000 uncontrolled. Mujin watches me. Han Guillaume watches too. I place my father's brass tag on the command table. Do not complete relay. That becomes the new problem. Not Director Zhang. Not immediately. If my father feared the complete network, there is a reason. And if Zhang has spent years collecting fragments, he may be closer to completing it than he realizes. Or worse, he may know exactly what it does. I look at Mujin. Did you? He stares at the tag, then slowly shakes his head. He does not know why my father wrote it. That surprises me. Good. I prefer uncomfortable truths to easy assumptions. I slide the tag into my coat. Above us, Eastern Command begins rebuilding Vault 3. They think the bait worked. They think I took losses. They think I escaped with scraps. They think I am somewhere between weak and dangerous. Exactly where I need to remain. I turn toward the underground army. 70,000 stable capacity. 35,000 active. Multiple command layers. Ancient officers. A hidden network beneath the city. And one warning from a dead man who understood the machine before I did. I raise my hand. Every red standard in the chamber tilts forward. Thousands of skeletons move as one. For the first time, the rumor above is smaller than the truth below. The first thing that breaks my plan is not Director Zhang. It is Mujin. He stops obeying me at 3:17 in the morning, not completely. That would be easier. He follows every combat order, maintains every formation, executes every patrol rotation. But when I tell him to send Han Guillaume into the western ash tunnels, he does nothing. I look up from the command table. Mujin. No response. Han Guillaume stands beside him with the curved spear resting against one shoulder. The rest of the underground chamber continues moving normally. 20,000 basic fire skeletons rotate through drills beneath the red standards. Bulwark tests layered barrier formations near the south wall. Cinderbolt runs ranged volleys into reinforced slag targets. Kilnhound chews on the leg of a destroyed furnace machine for reasons I have stopped trying to understand. Only Mujin is still. I repeat the order through the soul link. Send Han Guillaume west. Resistance answers. Clear, deliberate. That gets my attention. I walk over. What is it? Mujin turns toward the western tunnels, then toward my father's brass tag lying on the command table. Do not complete relay. There. So this is about the warning. Han Guillaume lowers his spear. His soul flame flickers. Then something passes through the relay network. Not a command, a memory. The chamber vanishes from my mind. For one brutal second, I am standing somewhere else. A battlefield, black sky, burning fortress walls. Thousands of soldiers in red armor kneel inside concentric circles carved into stone. Mujin stands at the center. Alive, human, broad shoulders, black hair tied behind his head. Blood down one side of his face. Han Guillaume kneels beside him. Across the battlefield rises something enormous. Not a monster, a formation. Hundreds of thousands of skeletal soldiers connected by burning threads to a central tower. At the top of that tower, a black flame burns like an eye. Then the memory cuts. I am back underground. I grab the edge of the table. Not panic, disorientation, different problem. Mujin watches me. You remembered. He nods once. Good. Bad. Both. What was that? He lifts one hand. Draws a circle in ash. Then another around it. Then dozens more. Every circle connects inward. The relay. Complete relay. I understand the shape, not the consequence. Han Guillaume touches the center point of the drawing with his spear tip, then drags it through every outer circle until all lines converge. One master, everything underneath. Mujin points at me. No. At the relic in my chest, then at the center. I stare at the diagram. If the network completes, all undead command channels collapse into a single absolute core. Efficient, terrifyingly efficient. Possibly exactly what my father feared. Why stop me from using the western tunnel? Mujin points again. West. Then draws a symbol I recognize from the stolen Eastern Command documents. Old relay infrastructure. Another fragment is there, so Han Guillaume would have found it. Which means Mujin deliberately blocks me from expanding the network. Interesting. I feel irritation, not because he disobeys, because he may be right. That is worse. I look at Han Guillaume. You agree? He lowers his head. Yes. Two ancient officers. Same conclusion. I tap the brass tag. My father knew what completion does. Mujin does not answer. Of course not. He only remembers pieces. That is the problem. I know enough to be cautious, not enough to make a decision. And incomplete information is how people die while congratulating themselves for being clever. I move back to the command table. Western tunnels remain sealed. Mujin's flame steady. But nobody destroys anything. He stiffens. Good, we understand each other. I am willing to stop. I am not willing to burn evidence because dead soldiers feel uncomfortable. Not yet. Then the second problem arrives. Cinderbolt turns sharply toward the upper access corridor. 3 seconds later, the warning line pulses through the network. Human. 1. No hostile mana. I dismiss 5,000 nearby summons instantly. Bulwark moves the remaining units behind blast partitions. Mujin disappears into shadow near the command wall. Han Guillaume steps into a sealed side chamber. By the time footsteps reach the entrance, my empire becomes an abandoned furnace room again. Inspector Quan Siorak walks in alone. I stare at him. He looks around. Then at me. You are difficult to follow. I glance behind him. No escort? I did not want one. That sounds irresponsible. It usually is. He steps farther inside. I do not attack. That does not mean I trust him. Mujin is 4 meters away behind a wall panel. Kilnhound is under the floor. Cinderbolt has a clear firing line from the upper vent. Quan is surrounded by enough undead to turn him into paperwork before he finishes breathing. He probably knows. He still comes. Interesting man. His eyes land on the crude red standards. I missed one. Damn. He walks over and touches the scorched cloth. Failed summons do not usually organize supply lines. I say nothing. He turns. Neither do unstable hosts. Still nothing. He removes a small data wafer from his coat, then places it on the table. This contains Director Zhang's internal transfer history for the last 6 years. That matters. I do not touch it. What do you want? A corpse. Unexpected. Whose? Quan Sungal. His voice changes. Barely. But enough. Family. Brother, maybe. I wait. He continues. My older brother disappeared 5 years ago during an internal gate investigation. There it is. Officially? Gate contamination. And actually? I found his intake code in Eastern Command's preservation ledger yesterday. Now the overlap becomes obvious. Inspector Quan is not just investigating corruption, he is following someone. That makes him more predictable, also more dangerous. I look at the data wafer. You think I can find him? I think you already found where they keep the missing dead. He is right. I dislike that. What makes you think he is still there? I do not. Good answer. No fantasy. No false hope. Just uncertainty. I respect that more than I should. You want me to recover the body, if there is one. And in exchange? The transfer history? I glance at the wafer again. Could be fake. Could be trapped. Could carry a tracker. Could also expose every hidden Eastern Command site. Useful either way. I pick it up with a scrap metal clamp instead of my fingers. Quan almost smiles. Paranoid. Alive. Same thing in this district. Fair. I place the wafer inside a shielded furnace terminal. No wireless connection. No external network. The files open. Hundreds. Transport routes. Preservation batches. Relic sites. Soul crystal movements. Personnel codes. And one entry catches me immediately. Western relay shaft. Status. Active. Not abandoned. Active. I look at Mujin's hidden wall. He feels the change through the soul link. So the Western relay fragment is not sitting dormant. Someone is using it. That changes everything. I scroll. Eastern Command has been sending compressed soul residue into the Western shaft every month. Large quantities. Enough to sustain tens of thousands of undead. Maybe more. My father's warning becomes much more urgent. Quan watches me. You found something? Yes. What? Something unrelated to your brother. He does not like that. I do not care. I search Quan Sungil's name. One result. Transferred 3 years ago. Not 5. Interesting. Your brother survived at least 2 years after his reported death. Quan goes completely still. That is the first real emotional reaction I see from him. He recovers fast. Where? I rotate the screen. Preservation Annex 7. Relocated. Current status redacted. He reads it twice. Then once more. No dramatic outburst. Good. I need access to Annex 7. You need patience. His eyes sharpen. I have waited 5 years. And waiting 5 more hours will not kill him if he is already dead. Cold. Necessary. He stares at me, then exhales through his nose. You really are a necromancer. I shrug. Occupational stereotype. For 1 second, he almost laughs. Then the alarm line explodes through my soul network. Mujin. Urgent. West. Something has entered the tunnels. Not human. Not mine. A wave of foreign command pressure slams into the relay. Every active skeleton in the western sectors jerks at once. I stand. Quan sees it. What? Stay here. He immediately moves toward me. No. Annoying. I could knock him unconscious. That creates more problems. I point to the floor. If you follow me and die, I am not explaining it. Understood. That is not agreement. It is worse. We move. Mujin emerges openly. Quan sees him for the first time at close range. The ancient marshal's blackened bones burn with disciplined orange flame. The adaptive blade runs along his rebuilt arm. Quan stops for exactly half a second, then keeps walking. Good nerves. Mujin does not acknowledge him. Better. We descend into the western tunnels. The pressure grows, not mana, command. Something is trying to seize my summons. Basic skeletons twitch. Their skull flames flicker between orange and black. I dismiss them before control fractures. Quan notices. What is happening? Someone else is giving orders. His face tightens. Another necromancer? Maybe. I hate that answer. Not knowing matters. The tunnel opens into an old relay chamber. I have never entered it. Mujin has. Or remembers something like it. He stops at the threshold. The chamber walls are covered in ancient command runes. Modern cables have been drilled directly through them. Eastern command equipment sits everywhere. Soul crystal feeders, mana pumps, signal amplifiers, and at the center stands a black pillar wrapped in bone. The moment I see it, the relic in my chest reacts violently. A system alert flashes across my vision, foreign relay authority detected. Hierarchical conflict imminent. There. Not another necromancer. Another command core. The pillar activates. Black flame spreads across its surface. Every dead thing in the chamber moves. Not dozens. Thousands. Skeletons climb out of wall compartments. Ancient red-armored soldiers. Modern hunters. Beasts. Mixed corpses. Everyone carries black fire instead of orange. Quan reaches for a weapon inside his coat. Mujin raises his blade. I do not summon. Not yet. I watch. The enemy undead do not attack immediately. They form ranks. Efficient ranks. Far too efficient. No visible commander. No hesitation. The pillar controls them directly. Complete hierarchy. One core. Everything beneath. Exactly what Mujin showed me. I understand my father's warning better now. This is what completion looks like. Perfect obedience. No individuality. No command delay. No tactical disagreement. Also, no independence. Every skull turns at the same angle. Every weapon rises at the same time. Not an army. A nervous system. One mind. Thousands of bodies. Quan whispers, "What the hell is this?" I answer quietly. A finished version. The first wave attacks. Stage 1 begins badly. Very badly. Mujin intercepts the front line. He cuts through 3 ancient soldiers. They do not slow. Han Guillaume arrives through the rear route with 600 skeletons under his command. The moment they enter relay range, half freeze. Foreign pressure hits them. I feel it like hooks inside my skull. The Black Pillar is not just commanding its army. It is trying to overwrite mine. I sever the affected channels. 300 of my skeletons collapse instantly. Quan fires a compact mana pistol into a black flame hunter. The shot breaks its jaw. It keeps moving. Bulwark joins from the eastern passage. Segmented barriers lock across the tunnel. Enemy skeletons slam into them. 1 plate cracks. Then 2. Then 5. The sheer synchronized pressure is insane. My army fights better individually. Theirs moves better collectively. That difference becomes brutal in seconds. Mujin cuts one down. Another fills the exact gap before the body hits the floor. Cinderbolt fires a volley. Enemy shields rotate in perfect sequence. Almost every spike misses. No wasted movement. No panic. No ego. No independent thought to exploit. That is a problem. I step back. Read. Observe. Recalculate. The Black Pillar pulses before every formation shift. 1 pulse. Left flank advances. 2 pulses. Rear archers fire. Long pulse. Defensive lock. Signals. Simple. Centralized. Good. Centralized systems are efficient. They are also fragile in one very specific way. Break the center. Everything fails. Obvious. Too obvious. Which means the pillar probably has protection. I send 20 fire skeletons straight toward it. They reach 10 meters. A black ring expands. All 20 collapse. Command severance field. I try again with Mujin. He takes 3 steps into the ring. His flame flickers. He stops. I feel foreign pressure trying to enter his core. He retreats instantly. Good. Not brute force. I look at the modern cables. Soul feeders. Mana pumps. The pillar is ancient. The power supply is not. That is the weakness. Not the core. Infrastructure. I relay the order. Cinderbolt shifts target. Not soldiers. Cables. His ranged skeletons fire heated steel into the ceiling conduits. Enemy shields immediately rise to protect them. There. Confirmed. The system values power lines. So I attack 3 fake targets first. Left pump. Right feeder. Upper relay box. The enemy formation splits. Perfectly. Too perfectly. That creates gaps elsewhere. Mujin sees it. So does Han Guillaume. I do not need to explain. That is why independent commanders matter. Han Guillaume drives his 600 units through the center, while the Black Army rotates toward the infrastructure threats. Mujin follows. Not toward the pillar, toward the floor. His adaptive arm blade extends into 3 hooked segments. He drives them under the metal grating. Rips. A bundle of feeder cables comes up. The pillar pulses violently. Enemy units change direction at once. Too late. Kilnhound explodes through the side tunnel. He bites the exposed cable bundle. Black mana erupts through his skull. Half his jaw fractures. He keeps biting. Savage beast. Useful beast. The first feeder snaps. The pillar dims. Every black flame skeleton stutters. 1 second. That is enough. Cinderbolt destroys the second feeder. Bulwark advances. His segmented barriers slam forward like moving walls. Han Guillaume drives the center. Mujin reaches the 3rd cable. Then something steps out from behind the pillar. Human shape. Still alive. Barely. Black tubes run from his spine into the relay. Eastern Command uniform. Director-level insignia. Not Jang. Someone older. He raises his head. His eyes are completely black. The pillar speaks through him. Not words. Authority. My relic burns. A system alert flashes relay master detected. Partial human integration. Completion ratio. 81%. 81. Not complete. Important. The man lifts one hand. Mujin freezes. Not slows. Freezes. My entire soul link strains. Foreign authority has found an ancient command signature inside him. The relay recognizes Mujin. That means he belonged to this system once. Or something like it. I feel his resistance. Painful. Violent. He is being dragged toward the pillar through old hierarchy rules. Han Guillaume locks up too. The ancient officers are vulnerable. Modern elites are not. There. That is the recalibration. My strongest commanders are also my greatest weakness against the original relay architecture. I had assumed ancient compatibility was purely an advantage. Wrong. Completely wrong. I changed the plan immediately. Mujin, disconnect. Resistance. He cannot. The system has him. I sever my side of the command link. Pain explodes through my head. Mujin drops to one knee. His flame almost goes black. But the pillar loses the bridge through me. Good. Now he is isolated. Vulnerable. Free enough to fight internally. I switch command authority to Bulwark. Modern imprint. No ancient relay signature. The network stabilizes. Ugly. Less efficient. Still functional. Cinderbolt takes ranged command. The unstable captains absorb the lower formations. My army loses sophistication. It keeps moving. That matters. Quan sees Mujin kneeling. Can you fix him? Yes. I have no proof. I say it anyway. Then the relay master points at Han Guillaume. The captain turns. Slowly. His spear rises toward me. Not his choice. I feel nothing through the severed ancient channel. That is worse. Quan raises his pistol. I knock it aside. Do not. He is turning. I can see that. Han Guillaume charges. Fast. I summon 50 skeletons between us. He tears through them. I summon 500. He cuts through the first line. The second grabs his spear. The third wraps his legs. He keeps moving. Ancient officer indeed. I do not kill him. I bury him. 1,000 basic skeletons pile on until he disappears beneath burning bodies. Temporary solution. Good enough. The relay master turns back toward Mujin. Black fire begins crawling across Mujin's ribs. That is the real threat. Conversion, not death. I look at the feeder network. 2 destroyed. 1 primary line remains behind the pillar, protected now by nearly the entire Black Army. So I stop attacking it. Instead, I crush 1 stolen soul crystal. My capacity surges. Then a second. Then a third. Quan looks at me. What are you doing? Changing the math. I press my palm to the ash-coated floor. The chamber is full of remains, ancient ash, modern burn residue, destroyed skeletons, more than enough. I cast. Not 70,000. Not 100,000. Only 8,000. But all at once. Behind the enemy. Beside them. Under their feet. Inside the infrastructure ring. The Black Army rotates perfectly. Again. That is their flaw. Every response is centralized. Every threat gets processed. Every formation adjusts. Too many simultaneous threats create command congestion. Not human hesitation. Machine bottleneck. The pillar pulses faster. Black flame flickers. 8,000 orange skeletons attack 8,000 different points badly, randomly, messily. Exactly what I want. The perfect army tries to answer imperfect chaos. Formation coherence drops. For half a second, the primary feeder loses protection. Cinderbolt fires. 1 heated spike, then 50, then 500. The feeder explodes. The pillar goes dark. Every black flame skeleton stops. Silence. Mujin collapses forward. The relay master screams. Actual human scream this time. The tubes in his spine rupture. Black blood sprays across the pillar. Then emergency power kicks in. Of course, dim black flame returns. Not enough for full control. Enough for something worse. The relay master looks directly at me. His own voice comes through now. You are the broken host. Not a question. I wipe blood from my nose. You are observant. He smiles. His teeth are black. The director was right. Which director? Zhang? Maybe, maybe not. About what? That the incomplete spell would seek the relay. Interesting. So my encounter with the relic may not have been accidental. That thought goes into a very dangerous box for later. The man reaches behind his back. Tears 1 tube free. Then another. He should die. He does not. Black flame replaces the missing connections. Completion has already begun. The pillar sends 1 pulse westward. Not through the chamber. Beyond it. Into the city. I feel distant relay points answer. Multiple. Too many. My father's warning becomes brutally clear. This is not 1 core. It is a network. and Eastern Command has been feeding it for years. I cannot destroy everything tonight. New plan, recover our people, leave. Learn first, fight later. Practical. I re-establish my link with Mujin carefully. Weak. He answers. Still himself. Good. I connect to Han Guillaume next. Resistance, then recognition. His red flame returns. The black fades. The skeleton pile releases him. He rises. Staggering, angry, very angry. Quan reloads. We are leaving? Yes. You have the advantage. No. I point at the distant relay indicators waking across the walls. I have a room. Then at the city map lighting up in black nodes. They have a network. He understands. Good. We withdraw. Not cleanly. The emergency relay begins reactivating enemy units in sections. Bulwark holds the rear. Cinderbolt fires through narrow corridors. Kilnhound drags one damaged ancient officer by the spine because apparently dignity is optional during retreat. Mujin refuses assistance. Of course. We reach the eastern tunnels before the chamber fully restores. I collapse 3 passageways behind us. Not enough to stop pursuit forever. Enough for tonight. Back at the real base, I seal every western connection. All of them. No debate. No exploration. No curiosity. That is the recalibration. The plan was to expand through old relay infrastructure. That plan is dead. Anyone who keeps following a plan after discovering the road is mined deserves what happens next. I stand over the command table while the elites recover. Mujin sits against the wall. For the first time, not standing. His flames are dim. Han Guillaume remains beside him. Bulwark repairs his own cracked ribs using absorbed residue. Cinderbolt silently reorganizes the patrol routes. Kilnhound drops the damaged officer onto the floor and lies beside him. Quan stands across from me. Still here. That is another problem. He has now seen everything. Not everything. Enough. I slide the data wafer back toward him. Your brother's trail remains useful. He does not take it. So does yours. I look up. He continues. Director Jiang is not controlling that relay network. I already suspect that. Why? Because he has been diverting soul crystals away from the western nodes for 8 months. That catches me. What? He is stealing from whoever operates them. Interesting. Very interesting. So Jiang is corrupt, but maybe not top of the structure. He is siphoning resources from a larger system. That changes his role. Not ally, still enemy, but perhaps an enemy afraid of something worse. I hate when villains develop context. Makes timing more complicated. Quan taps the city map. Someone above him is feeding the network. I look at the awakened black nodes. Who? I do not know. Good. At least he is honest. I look toward Mujin, then at my father's brass warning, then back to the map. The next move becomes clear. Not complete the relay, not destroy it blindly, not trust Quan, not trust Jiang, find the authority above both, and while I do that, keep the army independent. Messy. Distributed. Imperfect. Alive. Exactly what the Finnish network is not. I pick up the brass tag. Do not complete relay. For the first time, I stop treating it like a warning against power. Maybe my father was warning me against obedience. I slide the tag into my coat. Then I look at Quan. Annex 7. His expression changes. We go tomorrow? No. I look toward the sealed western tunnels. We go now. Because if the relay network is waking up, preserved bodies are about to become resources, and I am not letting someone else raise Quan's brother before we get there. Annex 7 is already burning when we arrive. Not normal fire. Black relay flame. That changes the priority immediately. The underground preservation complex sits beneath an abandoned trauma hospital 3 districts east of Furnace 9. According to Quon's files, the building officially closed 4 years ago after mana contamination. According to reality, someone has been storing bodies under it ever since. I enter through the ambulance ramp with Quan on my left and Mujin on my right. No basic skeletons visible. Not yet. Han Guillaume leads 2,000 of them through old utility tunnels beneath us. Bulwark waits on the southern approach. Cinderbolt takes the rooftops through the neighboring ash stacks. Kilnhound is somewhere behind us dragging a broken parking barrier because apparently he has developed an interest in stealing infrastructure. I ignore him. The first body lies 20 meters inside, Eastern Command uniform. Still warm, no soul. That is bad. Fresh corpses should retain something. I kneel, touch the sternum. Nothing. Completely stripped. Quan watches. What? Someone harvested him. His face tightens. Like you? Less politely. We move deeper. More bodies. Same result. No soul residue. No lingering imprint. Whatever reached Annex 7 is not simply killing people. It is draining them clean. The relay network is feeding. I already know where that ends. Power. Command authority. Completion. The hospital elevator is dead, so Mujin tears the doors apart. The shaft below glows black. Quan looks down. How far? I check the old building map. 7 basement levels. He gives me a flat look. Of course. I almost smile. We descend through the shaft. Mujin climbs the side rails like gravity is optional. Quan uses a cable launcher. I use the latter because unlike the awakened people around me, I prefer bones inside my body. At level 4, something moves beneath us. Fast. I stop. Mujin stops before I signal. Good. A black flame skeleton launches upward through the shaft. Not human. Long arms, predatory skull, some kind of gate beast. Mujin catches it by the face. The impact cracks the elevator frame. He drives his adaptive blade through the creature's chest. The black flame does not die. It flows down his weapon. Straight toward his arm. I sever the contact through the soul link. Drop it. He does. The creature falls. Quan fires twice. Mana rounds break both shoulders. I summon 6 basic fire skeletons from dust inside the shaft walls. They grab the creature in midfall and drag it into a maintenance landing. Then I destroy it from range. Orange flame against black. The body collapses. Still no soul. The network already owns it. Important. That means relay-controlled undead are not useful growth sources until the authority link is broken. Another limit. Another reason to destroy infrastructure before harvesting. We reach basement 7. The doors are open. That worries me more than if they were sealed. Inside, Annex 7 looks like a cathedral built by accountants. Rows of preservation cylinders stretch through a chamber so large I cannot see the far wall. White light flickers overhead. Black relay veins crawl through the floor. Every 10th pod is empty. Not broken. Opened. Deliberately. Someone is selecting bodies. Quan starts walking faster. I catch his shoulder. He stops. Barely. Your brother's code? 7th row, section C. We move together. He looks at my hand, then at me. You think I'm going to run? Yes. Fairly obvious. He says nothing. Good. We proceed. Every active preservation pod carries a status tag. Name, date, mana condition. Useful classifications like Elite Candidate and Relay Compatible are displayed beside people who were supposedly dead years ago. Eastern Command has been grading corpses. I read while moving. Former hunters. Soldiers. Guild enforcers. Criminal awakened. Civilian mana anomalies. No pattern of morality. Only utility. Of course, at Section C, Quan stops. Pod 7. Quan Sungil. The man inside looks younger than I expect. Maybe early 30s. Dark hair floating in preservation fluid. Thin surgical scars run from his spine toward both shoulders. Mana connectors are fused under the skin. Not dead. Not exactly alive either. The status panel reads neural preservation stable. Quan does not breathe for several seconds. Then he puts one hand against the glass. Sungil. No response. I inspect the panel. Heart activity minimal. Mana channels externally sustained. Soul integrity I stop. 86%. That is extraordinarily high. Someone preserved him deliberately. Not as a corpse, as a future component. Quan sees my expression. He's alive. Barely. That's alive. Enough for lawyers. He gives me a look that would probably kill a less useful person. I continue. He can be recovered. That is true. Probably. The system in my head offers no clean answer because he is not mine. But 86% soul integrity means removing him without killing him is possible. That becomes the objective. Then every light in Annex 7 turns red. Bad timing. A voice comes over the intercom. Director Jang. Inspector Quan. Quan's face hardens. Jang sounds almost pleased. I was wondering how long it would take you. So this was anticipated. Maybe not our exact route. Enough. Quan steps away from the pod. You knew he was here. I knew you would eventually find the ledger. And you left it. Yes. There. Another bait. Not for me. For Quan. Jang continues. Your brother is quite valuable. Exceptional neural resistance. High relay compatibility. Frankly, he has lasted longer than most. Quan's hand closes around his pistol. I watch him carefully. This is where emotionally invested people become predictable. Jang knows it too. Open the pod, Quan says. No. Then I open it. You can. The preservation lock clicks. Unlocked. Too easy. Quan moves. I step in front of him. He stops inches away. Move. No. His eyes go cold. My brother is in there. And Jang just unlocked the chamber for you. That doesn't change what's inside. It changes what happens when you touch it. Jang laughs over the speaker. There it is. The Necromancer really is sharper than the reports suggest. So he is watching. Good. Let him. I examine the pod housing instead of Quan. Black relay veins run underneath it. The containment system is wired into the same network. Opening the pod probably triggers one of two things. Kill switch. Conversion. Maybe both. I trace the lines visually. 3 conduits. 1 life support. 1 mana preservation. 1 relay interface. I point at the third. Disconnect that first. Quan lowers the pistol slightly. Can you? No. I look at Mujin. He can. Mujin steps forward. The moment he approaches the pod, the black relay line pulses. He freezes for half a heartbeat. Ancient signature recognition. Still vulnerable. I pull him back. Wrong tool. Recalculate. Bulwark. The command passes through the network. 30 seconds later, the modern elite enters from a side access corridor with 500 shield skeletons behind him. Quan stares. You had them this close? I have them everywhere. Not literally. Close enough. Bulwark kneels beside the pod. His segmented barriers emerge as thin gray-orange plates. One slips beneath the relay conduit. Another braces above it. A third isolates the pod housing. Then he crushes the relay line between the barriers. Black sparks erupt. The whole annex trembles. Jang stops sounding amused. Do not do that. Excellent. Confirmation. Bulwark breaks the conduit. The black veins beneath Sungil's pod go dark. Life support remains active. Mana preservation remains active. Perfect. Quan reaches for the manual release. I let him. The chamber hisses. Preservation fluid drains. Sungil collapses forward. Quan catches him. Alive. Weak pulse. No black flame. For 1 second, the objective is complete. Then 40 preservation pods open at once. Not near us. All around us. Bodies step out. Awakened corpses. Black relay flame ignites behind their eyes. Jang sighs through the speaker. I was hoping to preserve those. Of course. He activated the inventory. Mujin raises his blade. Bulwark locks shields around Quan and his brother. I summon, not thousands, 500. Enough to establish lanes. The first black flame corpse attacks. Former hunter. Large frame. Reinforced arms. He punches through 6 skeletons. Second attacker uses wind magic. Still retains skills. Dangerous. Third corpse emits a paralysis field. Worse. This is not a random undead wave. These are selected elites. Exactly what Annex 7 was built to preserve. Jang has turned the whole facility into ammunition. I listen, watch, read. The wind corpse rotates left before casting. The paralysis corpse needs physical contact with the floor. The reinforced hunter targets the largest visible threat. Good. I send Kilnhound into the reinforced one. Predictable collision. The corpse attacks him immediately. Kilnhound takes the punch. Half his skull cracks, then bites the hunter's arm off. Good beast. The windcaster prepares again. Cinderbolt's shot comes from somewhere above. One heated spike punches through the jaw before the cast completes. The paralysis corpse spreads black energy through the floor. Bulwark lifts our defensive group onto overlapping force plates half a meter above the surface. The pulse passes harmlessly underneath. His barrier skill is getting annoyingly useful. I approve. Quan carries his brother toward the exit, then stops. Others. I already know what he means. The preserved people. Not tonight. They're alive. Some. He looks back at hundreds of pods. I do not soften the answer. We cannot carry them while fighting 40 elites. You have an army. I have an army that can burn them by accident. Silence. Then he keeps moving. Practicality wins. Good. Zhang hears the exchange. You see, Inspector? His voice becomes smug. This is what necromancers are. Resource calculators pretending efficiency is morality. I nearly laugh. He is trying to separate us. Not because he cares what Quan thinks of me, because he sees the alliance. That tells me he is paying attention now. Good, he should. Quan ignores him. Even better, we push toward the southern maintenance exit. The elite corpses keep coming. 40 becomes 60, then 80, more pods opening. Zhang is escalating, not desperate, confident. The black relay flame gives his undead excellent coordination. Not as perfect as the Western core. Remote control, limited bandwidth. There. Important difference. Zhang does not own the full relay authority. He is piggybacking through a local node. That means his command structure can congest. Again. I flood it. 1,000 basics rise. Then 2. Then 5, not to win. To create targets, every black corpse receives orders. Turn. Block. Cast. Counter. Too many interactions. Their coordination begins lagging. Mujin notices. He starts moving between gaps without waiting for me. Good. His independence is fully back. Han Guillaume enters from the rear with another 1,000 skeletons. For 1 second, the black relay tries to catch him. He resists, harder than before. The experience from the Western chamber changed something. Not immunity. Resistance, foreshadowed, useful. He drives his spear through a black flame swordsman. Mujin follows with a finishing slash. The enemy collapses. Still no soul, not until we break the local node. So I search for it. Black relay veins all run east, not toward the speaker system. Toward the refrigeration core. Of course, central systems share power. I send Cinderbolt's units through ceiling ducts. 500 ranged skeletons crawl above the annex. Zhang detects them. Security shutters close. Too late. They are already inside. I give one command. Destroy anything with black flame and no body. Crude criteria. Enough. The ceiling erupts in heated steel. Relay conduits burst. Control lights fail. The black undead stutter. Zhang curses. First time. Nice. Mujin reacts instantly. He drives forward. Han Guillaume takes the opposite lane. Bulwark keeps Quan's evacuation corridor intact. Kilnhound simply attacks whatever moves. Everyone has a role. No central micromanagement. Exactly the opposite of the complete relay. My imperfect army works because I do not need perfection. That feels important. Maybe my father understood that. The local node finally appears when a refrigeration wall collapses. A compact black pillar. Modern casing. Ancient core. Only 3 meters tall. Much smaller than the Western relay. I summon directly beside it. 200 skeletons. The node tries to seize them. Half freeze, half do not. Because Bulwark is carrying their command through a modern branch. Interesting. Distributed authority interferes with relay takeover. That is huge. Not immunity, redundancy. I file it away. Mujin reaches the node. He does not attack. Smart. Ancient signature vulnerability. Instead, he throws his adaptive arm blade. The hooked segments wrap around a coolant pipe above the node. He yanks. The pipe ruptures. Cryogenic fluid pours over the relay casing. Black flame flickers. Han Guillaume follows. He strikes the floor beside the core, not the core itself. Cracks spread through the mounting plate. Then Kilnhound crashes into the entire assembly from the side. Subtle tactics end there. The node tears loose. Black flame dies. Every relay corpse stops. Then something incredible happens. Souls rise, dozens. Thin at first, then dense. All the harvested residue trapped under relay ownership releases at once. I absorb instinctively. Heat tears through me. My summon capacity rockets upward. 74,000. 78, 82, 87, 91. My knees almost buckle. The relic crack burns white-orange. Still climbing. 95,000, 98, 100,000. Then beyond. 103,000. The pressure finally settles. I stare. So the original 100,000 burst was never my upper limit. It was simply the amount of ash available in Furnace 9 during the first cast. That explains the unresolved ceiling. Good. Terrifying. Useful. Mugen receives a massive surge too. His blackened ribs seal completely. The adaptive arm hardens. A second layer of ember armor forms over his shoulders. Then his chest crest glows. Not evolution. Still not. But the system warning appears again, elite transformation threshold approaching. There it is, clear. Closer. Not yet. I stop feeding him before it crosses. Timing matters. We leave Annex 7 before reinforcements arrive. Quan carries his brother. Bulwark carries nothing. Cinderbolt's units recover Eastern Command data drives from the ceiling control room. Han Guillaume brings 2 preserved officers with enough soul integrity to save later. Kilnhound brings the parking barrier. Still, I finally look at him. Why? He growls. No answer. Fine. Keep the barrier. We reach the surface just before dawn. No pursuit. That worries me. Director Zhang should be furious. Instead, silence. Then my work terminal receives a public emergency notice. Eastern Quarantine Command announces that Annex 7 suffered a terrorist necromancy attack. Expected. Then the second line appears. Director Zhang Taegayan accepts emergency authority over all Eastern corpse processing facilities. Interesting. Third line. All necromantic anomalies are now classified as city-level contamination threats. There. He is turning the loss into power. Smart. Fourth line. A reward is issued for information leading to the identification of the Ash host. Not Seo Heian. Ash host. He still does not expose me publicly. That means he still wants me isolated. Captured. Not simply hunted. Useful. The rumor spreads by breakfast. I hear it in Furnace 9. Workers whisper. Hunters argue. Guild channels fill with exaggerated stories. 5,000 skeletons. 50,000. A fire giant. An undead dragon. One clerk swears the necromancer walked through bullets without blinking. I was not even in the room for half of that. Rumors are generous. Then Director Zhang appears on every emergency screen. Immaculate coat. Calm expression. Controlled lighting. He stands in front of Eastern Command headquarters surrounded by senior officers. Behind him are 20 sealed relic cases. Interesting staging. He addresses the district. The individual responsible for the Furnace 9 anomaly and Annex 7 assault is unstable, isolated, and rapidly deteriorating. I drink bad coffee. Again. He commands temporary constructs with poor persistence. I almost choke. Still using my lie. Excellent. He has stolen restricted materials but lacks the knowledge to utilize them safely. Mugen, hidden in a maintenance room behind me, probably finds that insulting. I certainly do. Zhang continues. Eastern Quarantine Command has already contained the majority of his activity. That is a lie large enough to require engineering. I admire the ambition. Then he reveals the part I actually care about. Behind him, a massive tactical display lights up. Every Eastern Furnace sector, every corpse processing plant, every preservation route, every relay-compatible site. He has centralized them under emergency authority. Exactly what I wanted him to do. He thinks he is consolidating control. In reality, he is connecting his entire logistics network into one structure. One visible structure, one traceable structure. My trap from Furnace 9 finally begins paying dividends. The weak host narrative convinced him I could not threaten infrastructure at scale. The fake chamber convinced him my summoning control was primitive. The subway theft convinced him I was scavenging. Vault 3 convinced him I would chase relics. Annex 7 convinces him he needs every asset under his hand. Good. Keep gathering them. Keep placing everything behind one chain of authority. Build the map for me. Zhang's speech reaches its peak. He stands surrounded by officers, guild representatives, emergency council members, people who now need his approval for corpse routes, mana cremation, quarantine movement, and relic access. He looks almost untouchable. This is his highest point yet. Exactly where I need him. The Ash host has nowhere left to hide. The crowd behind him applauds. I look around Furnace 9. Nobody notices me. Still wearing the same worker badge. Still sorting death certificates. Still invisible enough. I smile into my coffee. Above me, Director Jang controls every furnace in the Eastern District. Below him, my undead already occupy forgotten ash arteries connecting half of them. He has just placed his entire empire on top of my battlefield. Talk about confidence. That evening, Quan joins me underground. His brother is stable in one of our recovered medical pods. Not awake. Alive enough. That changes Quan. Not softer. More committed. Dangerous in a different way. He gives me the data recovered from Annex 7. We found something. I open the files. Emergency consolidation orders, relay access, resource transfers, and one classified directive signed above Jang's level. No name, only a title. Metropolitan Purification Commissioner. Quan points to the authorization seal. This office has been feeding the Western Relay Network. There. Authority above Jang. Finally. I read the attached timeline. Monthly soul crystal deliveries. Preserved awakened transfers. Relay component acquisition. Projected completion event. My eyes stop on the date. 9 days. The network plans to reach full operational completion in 9 days. Mujin sees it. His flames sharpen. Han Guillaume grips his spear. My father's brass warning suddenly feels very heavy inside my coat. Do not complete relay. 9 days. Director Jang thinks he just consolidated enough authority to hunt me. The commissioner above him is about to consolidate enough undead authority to command an entire city's dead. And somewhere between them sits the broken spell neither side fully understands. I look at the tactical map, then at Mujin's increasingly unstable transformation glow, then at the 15 remaining soul crystals. Not yet. I close my hand. We have 9 days, plenty of time, assuming nobody does anything stupid. A distant alarm suddenly begins ringing in the western tunnels. Of course, the western alarm is not an attack. It is worse. It is a countdown. I reach the sealed relay tunnels with Mujin, Han Guillaume, Bulwark, and Quan less than 3 minutes after the first warning pulse. The black indicator line on the wall is moving. One section at a time. Toward us. Not physically, logically. Relay nodes are waking in sequence. Quan looks at the old control panel. Can you shut it down? No. He looks at me. I point at the status lights. They are not connected to my network. Mujin steps toward the wall. The moment his fingers touch the ancient runes, memory hits me through the soul link. Not a full battlefield this time. Fragments. A command hall. Red armored officers arguing. A central tower burning black. Someone shouting about succession authority. Then Mujin himself, alive, slamming a spear into a relay console. The memory breaks. I stagger once. Han Guillaume catches my shoulder. Mujin pulls his hand away. His flames dim. There, another piece. He tried to disable the original system before he died. That matters. I look at him. You knew completion was dangerous. He nods, then shakes his head. Interesting. Not that simple. He knew something was wrong. Not everything. Fine. We work with what exists. The wall display updates. Western Node 3 active, then 4, then 5. Quan checks the recovered Eastern Command tablet. These are not supposed to activate for another 9 days. Plans change. I already know why. Annex 7. The Western Core. Jang's consolidation. My interference forced someone above him to accelerate. Good. Bad. Mostly bad. The commissioner is nervous. Nervous enemies make mistakes. They also move early. I trace the awakening sequence. Every node activates in a spiral toward the central metropolitan furnace. That is not random. The relay network is building inward, layer by layer. Once enough outer nodes synchronize, the center becomes the master. Quan sees it too. Central Furnace 1. Yes, Jang controls it now. Publicly. We both know what that means. He may control the building, not the system underneath it. The wall pulses again. Node 6 active. I feel faint pressure against my army network. Not enough to seize anything. Enough to tell me the relay is spreading authority. Mujin feels it more strongly. Han Guillaume, too. The ancient officers begin stepping backward without being told. Instinct. Memory. Good. I order every ancient commander away from the Western network immediately. Bulwark stays. Modern imprint. No reaction. Cinderbolt reports through the soul link from the northern base. No reaction. That confirms the split. Ancient command signatures are still vulnerable. Modern undead are not. At least not yet. I look at Mujin. From now on, you do not enter active relay zones. He stiffens. No argument. His flame sharpens. I keep going. You are too valuable to lose. That stops him. Not emotional reassurance. Tactical fact. He accepts it. Barely. Han Guillaume taps his spear against the floor. Same objection. Same answer. Both of you. He lowers the weapon. Good. Quan watches the exchange. You actually negotiate with them. I prefer competent subordinates. Mujin turns his skull toward me. Quan notices. Was that a fence? Yes. Good to know. The wall flashes again. Node 7 active. Then something changes. A new indicator appears. Not black. Red. Unregistered relay interference. Someone else is inside the network. I lean closer. Quan checks his tablet. That's Eastern Command. Director Jang. Interesting. He is trying to block the activation, so he did not authorize this. That confirms it. Jang has been stealing from the network because he is afraid of whoever owns it. He is not the top. Still corrupt. Still murderous. Still useful. The relay status fills with competing signals. Black authority. Red suppression. Ancient infrastructure. Modern overrides. For a few seconds, the activation slows. Quan says, Jang is fighting it. Yes. You sound disappointed. I prefer enemies who cooperate with their own destruction. The red override fails. Node 8 active. Then the Eastern Command emergency channel lights up across Quan's tablet. Priority black. Director level? Quan opens it. Jang's face appears. No public lighting now, no calm speech. He is inside a command room with alarms behind him. His hair is disordered. There it is. First real crack. Inspector Quan. Quan does not answer. Jang's eyes move. Then he sees me. Silence. Well, that simplifies one thing. He knows. Not suspects. Knows. Seo Heian. I lean against the wall. Director. His face hardens. You. Me. Quan looks between us. Jang's jaw tightens. You breached Annex 7. Yes. You attacked Vault 3. Yes. You took my crystals. Some. That one irritates him most. Good. Jang glances toward the relay display behind us. Then his expression changes again. Not arrogance. Not yet panic. Calculation under pressure. You don't understand what is waking. That makes two of us. He almost snaps back. Stops himself. Smart. Listen carefully. Interesting. He is about to ask for help. Not yet, but close. The Metropolitan Purification Commission has activated the Saint Relay ahead of schedule. Saint Relay. So that is the full name. The system was designed during the First Gate War to coordinate all corpse defense units in the city. I already know part of that. He continues. It was abandoned because full synchronization began overriding living neural patterns near active command sites. There. That is new. Not just undead. Living people. Quan's expression changes. My brother. Jang looks at him. Yes. Silence. Ugly silence. He was used as a compatibility test, Jang says. Quan goes completely still. I do not look at him. He does not need witnesses to that reaction. Jang continues before Quan can answer. The Commission learned that sufficiently compatible awakened humans can serve as relay processors. Human integration, like the man at the Western Core. Now we know. I ask. And completion? Jang hesitates. There, he knows. Full completion creates one Metropolitan Command Authority. Over undead? Over anything carrying enough relay imprint. Ancient officers. Preserved test subjects. Maybe exposed awakened humans. Possibly more. My father's warning becomes clear. Do not complete relay. Not because the network creates a stronger army, because it removes distinction between army and operator. Everything becomes part of the same command system. One master. No refusal. No independence. No Mujin telling me no. That alone is reason enough to destroy it. I look at Jang. Who is the master? He says nothing. Of course. Quan raises his pistol toward the screen. Pointless. Satisfying, probably. Who? Jang finally answers. Commissioner Beck Wansok. There. A name. Finally. The authority above everything. Metropolitan Purification Commissioner Beck Wansok, the man feeding the relay, the man accelerating completion. The real villain structure finally comes into focus. Jang is not innocent. Far from it. He built preservation sites, stole relics, killed witnesses, used people as inventory. But he also siphoned resources away from Beck, not to stop the system, to own part of it himself. Greedy, not heroic, good. Simple enough. Quan asks, why steal from him? Jang looks almost offended, because no single man should control the city's dead. I laugh. He looks at me. You wanted to. That is different. He actually says it. Perfect. Pure arrogance survives stress. Good villain. I push off the wall. What happens if the relay completes? Jang answers immediately now. Every active corpse processing facility becomes a node. My smile disappears. He continues. Every preserved awakened body becomes a unit. Worse. Every relay, compatible living subject becomes a processor. Quan looks like he might shoot through the tablet. And every necromantic artifact? Jang looks at me. Gets absorbed into the command hierarchy. There, my broken spell. The relic. Mujin. Everything. Bake is not just building an army. He is building a system that can take mine. That becomes the primary threat. Not Jang. Not yet. The wall flashes. Node 9 active. Then 10. Activation is accelerating. Jang says, we need to disable Central Furnace 1 before the synchronization threshold. Quan looks at me. I look at Mujin. Mujin looks at the black nodes. The decision is obvious. Unpleasant. But obvious. We? I ask. Jang's face tightens. Yes. I enjoy the word more than I should. Director Jang asking the unstable corpse worker for help. His eyes go cold. This is not the time. It is exactly the time. Quan cuts in. How long? Jang checks something off screen. Less than 6 hours. Good. Short enough to prevent overplanning. Long enough to build a trap. I close the channel. Jang shouts my name. Too late. Kwon stares at me. You just disconnected the only man inside Central Furnace 1. He will call back. You're sure? Yes. How? He needs me. 3 seconds later, the tablet rings. Quan looks at it. Then at me. I shrug. Predictable people are convenient. I do not answer yet. First, I call the army. Not all of it. Enough. Bulwark takes 20,000 modern skeletons. Cinderbolt takes 15,000 ranged and support units. The unstable captains take 10,000 more. Kilnhound takes whatever path he wants because trying to micromanage him is pointless. Mujin and Han Guillaume stay outside direct relay range. That frustrates both. I do not care. They become reserve command. More importantly, they become a separate army outside the system. Redundancy. If I fall, Mujin can still move. If Mujin is seized, Bulwark can still move. If Bulwark loses command, Cinderbolt can still move. No single point of failure, exactly opposite Beck's design. I finally answer Jang. Here are my terms. His face appears. You are not in a position to... I disconnect. Again, Quan laughs. Actually laughs. First time. Petty. Efficient. Jang calls again. I answer. He says nothing. Good. Learning. My terms. He waits. You open every furnace access route under your emergency authority. His eyes narrow. You want citywide movement. Yes. No. I move my finger toward disconnect. Fine. He speaks quickly. Continue. There. Panic begins as small concessions. You release all preservation site coordinates. That information is restricted. I touch disconnect. Continue. Quan is enjoying this too much. And you transfer control of corpse transport logistics to Inspector Quan for the next 6 hours. Jang's face goes rigid. That is impossible. Quan raises an eyebrow. I say nothing. Silence does the work. Jang finally asks, why? Because I do not trust you. And you trust him? No. Quan looks offended. Comforting. I continue. But he wants his brother alive more than he wants my relic. Jang cannot argue with that. Then my final condition. You do not touch my undead. Jang laughs once. Bitter. If I could control them, we would not be having this conversation. Fair. Then we agree. He says nothing. I close the channel. Not because negotiation is over, because action is. Central Furnace 1 sits beneath the oldest cremation district in the city. Perfect terrain for me. Terrible terrain for everyone else. Years of ash reservoirs. Emergency corpse stores. Gate war remains. The entire place is effectively a loaded weapon. Bake knows that too, which means he expects a necromancer. Good. I prefer prepared enemies. We move through 6 separate underground routes. No giant army column, no obvious attack. I plant cohorts in dormant ash reservoirs as we go. 5,000 here, 3,000 there. 10,000 under an old rail hub. Another 7,000 beneath Furnace 3, not active, not visible, potential. By the time we reach the outer ring of Central Furnace 1, I have more than 50,000 skeletons positioned across the district without showing more than a few hundred at any one point. The broken spell becomes more dangerous the less I use it visibly. Quan travels with me. Mujin does not. That is deliberate. He remains 4 districts west with Han Guillaume and the ancient officers. Outside relay pressure. Hidden reserve. He hates it. I feel that through the link. Good. Annoyance means he is still himself. Central Furnace 1 is already under siege. Not by us, by its own dead. Eastern Command troops retreat through the outer access gates, while black flame skeletons pour from cremation halls. Jang's emergency forces are losing, badly. He appears in person at the secondary command entrance. No immaculate coat now. Combat vest. Blood on one sleeve. Finally looks like someone living in the same world as everyone else. He sees me. Then the hundreds of basic skeletons behind me. His expression changes. That's all? I smile. Yes. He does not believe me. Good. Quan steps past him. Where is Beck? Jang points toward the central relay tower, below the primary furnace. Of course, the deepest place, the most ash, the most infrastructure. Beck picked the correct throne room. We descend. The first major battle begins at the combustion galleries. Black flame undead fill 3 levels. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands. They move perfectly, still centralized, still synchronized. Stage 1 hits immediately. My visible skeletons get crushed. 200 disappear under a shield wall. Another 100 get torn apart by relay-controlled hunters. Eastern Command troops fall beside them. Jang shouts for retreat. I do not. I watch. Pulse sequence. Formation shifts. Black Army still depends on central commands. But faster now. Much faster. Completion is progressing. Good. That gives us less time. Also, more predictable signals. I find the pattern. Every major formation change follows a heat drop in the central pipes. The relay is piggybacking on furnace pressure cycles. There. Physical dependency. Exactly what I need. I relay one instruction through Bulwark. He activates 3,000 skeletons in a reservoir 2 floors behind the enemy. They rise instantly. The Black Army turns. Cinderbolt activates 5,000 more on the left. Another turn. Then 10,000 beneath the lower gallery. Too many threats. The perfect formation splits. Jang sees the numbers. He stops moving. For the first time, he understands the Furnace 9 story was false. Not partially false. Completely. His face empties. How many? I do not answer. I activate another 10,000. Fire floods the gallery. 1 second. Again. Jang stares. The arrogance finally breaks. There. Panic. Real panic. You could control this many the whole time? No. I look at him. I learned. That seems to scare him more. Good. We push. Not through brute force. Through layers. Bulwark holds. Cinderbolt flanks. Modern captains rotate cohorts. Disposable flame boosts break fixed lines. Bone aura spreads through thousands of units and slows relay-controlled hunters enough for Eastern Command troops to survive. Jang watches all of it. He finally understands my army is not a burst. It is infrastructure. Comment, replacement, persistence. His entire assumption collapses. Good. The bait from Furnace 9 has reached its final useful stage. Now comes suspicion, because Jang starts thinking. Too late. But he starts. He watches one of my cohorts appear from a sealed ash duct. Then another. His eyes narrow. You knew our routes. Yes. You used the furnace network. Yes. The false chamber. I look at him. He stops. There. He sees it. Not all of it. Enough. The failed summons. The ruined circles. The stolen crystals. Vault 3. Annex 7. He realizes the weak host narrative may have been planted. His face changes from panic to something uglier. Doubt. How long? I keep walking. How long have you been leading me? I do not answer. That is better. He follows anyway, because greed beats suspicion, always. He still needs my army to reach Bake. He still needs Central Furnace 1. He still believes he can salvage power after this. Perfect. That is exactly where I need him, deep inside the trap. Invested. Suspicious. Still moving forward. We reach the lower command hall. The doors open by themselves. Commissioner Baek Won-sok is waiting. He is not physically impressive. Older. Thin. White uniform. No visible weapon. No armor. No black tubes. That is more dangerous. Behind him rises the completed portion of the Saint Relay. A tower of black bone and furnace steel connected to thousands of channels under the city. Above it, one huge black flame burns. Mujin's memory. Exactly. Bake looks at me. Not Jang, not Kwon, me. Then at the relic under my shirt. He smiles. Finally. I hate that word. It implies expectation. Bake opens both hands. The broken spell has returned to its source. There. Not accident, not coincidence. Source. The relic in my chest burns violently. A system alert flashes across my vision. Primary relay origin detected. Forced synchronization beginning. Every active skeleton in the district stops. Mine. Jang's. Bake's. All of them. For 1 second, the entire battlefield goes silent. Then 100,000 skull flames turn black, including mine. 100,000 skull flames turn black, mine included. For half a second, I feel nothing. Then every command channel in my head disappears. Not breaks, disappears. Mujin, gone. Bulwark, gone. Cinderbolt, gone. The unstable captains, gone. The entire army becomes silent. Commissioner Beck smiles. There. His voice is calm, almost gentle. Order. I hate that word immediately. Around us, the combustion galleries stop shaking. No uncontrolled movement. No burning chaos. No broken formations. Every skeleton stands perfectly still beneath the black flame of the Saint Relay. Director Jang looks around, then at me. His face drains. You lost them. Beck answers for me. He never had them. That irritates me more than it should. Kwon raises his pistol. Beck does not even look at him. A relay-controlled corpse steps between them instantly. Perfect timing. Perfect positioning. Kwon does not fire. Smart. Beck walks toward me, one slow step at a time. The broken spell was never a separate necromantic system. I keep my breathing steady. No panic. Observe. Read. Recalculate. It is a damaged branch command. There, that matters. He continues. A field casting fragment designed to populate a relay network instantly. So the 100,000 skeleton burst was not an accident. Not exactly. The broken target restriction multiplied output. But the spell itself was always supposed to feed something larger. The Saint Relay. Bake stops 3 meters away. When Furnace 9 activated, I finally knew the lost branch had found a compatible host. I look at him. You let Jang hunt me. I let Jang test you. Jang flinches. Small. Useful. Bake looks at him for the first time. You were always useful when you believed you were stealing. There. Jang's face changes. Not panic now. Humiliation. That is much more dangerous. He has spent years siphoning soul crystals, hiding preserved bodies, building private control sites, all while Beck watched. Maybe allowed it. Maybe encouraged it. Jang whispers, You knew. Beck smiles. Of course. The black relay flame brightens. Every skeleton in the chamber turns toward Jang. Not attacking, just watching. He finally understands his position. Not lieutenant. Not rival. Resource manager. That hurts him. Good. I file it away. Bake returns his attention to me. Your father understood what the branch spell could do. There. The room narrows. Not emotionally, informationally. Seominjae discovered that a damaged branch could generate independent command proliferation. Independent. That is the key word. He tried to destroy the branch relic before synchronization. I already know part of that. He failed. Obviously. And you killed him. Bake tilts his head. I ordered containment. Coward's phrasing. Jang looks away. Interesting. Maybe Jang carried it out. Later, Bake continues. Your father's concern was primitive. I touched the brass tag inside my coat. Do not complete relay. He feared loss of autonomy. There it is. Exactly. He believed independent undead command had value. Beck's expression becomes almost disappointed. It does not. Mujin would disagree. If I could still hear him. That thought matters. Because the absence feels wrong. Not just empty. Too clean. The Saint Relay has seized command authority. But the broken relic is still inside me. And the system alert earlier said force synchronization beginning. Not complete. Beginning. There is still a process, which means there is still a boundary. I search for it. Not by summoning. That would be obvious. By feeling. The relic is hot. Painfully hot. The black command pressure enters through it. Every active summon linked to my system was captured because the relay followed the branch channels backward. Good. Then the branch itself is the bridge. That suggests one simple answer. Break the bridge. Again. Appropriate. Bake keeps talking because confident men love explaining machinery after they think it belongs to them. The 100,000 manifestation at Furnace 9 gave us everything we needed. Jang looks sharply toward him. What? Beck smiles. Every summon carried the branch signature. There. So the initial burst seeded the system. My own army helped map relay-compatible channels across the Eastern District. Lovely. I accidentally gave him network discovery. No point being angry at physics. Use it. Bake steps toward the Saint Relay Tower. Once synchronization finishes, every corpse under Metropolitan Authority becomes one unit. He lifts one hand. Black indicators ignite across the city map. Furnace districts. Preservation sites. Hospital morgues. Guild Corps vaults. Battlefield storage facilities. Hundreds of thousands, maybe more, Quan says quietly. And the living processors? Beck barely glances at him. Necessary. Quan's expression goes cold. His brother is one of those necessary people. Beck does not care. Good. That means Quan's next decisions are easy to predict. Jang asks, what happens to the command authority? Beck finally looks amused. I become it. There, pure arrogance. Not power shared through a commission. Not civic defense. Not emergency infrastructure. Him. One man. One city's dead. One command structure. No rival, no refusal. No independence. Jang laughs. Short. Disbelieving. Then bitter. All these years. Beck does not answer. Jang continues. I moved crystals. I built private nodes. I preserved compatible units. Yes. You let me. Yes. Why? Because your theft increased system resilience. Yang goes silent. That lands brutally. His corruption was not rebellion. It was unpaid research. I almost feel sorry for him. Almost. Baek turns back to me. And you completed the final requirement. I already know what he means. Independent branch capacity. 100,000 simultaneous fire skeletons. A ready-made population wave. I ask, how long until full synchronization? He smiles. 3 minutes. Good. Specific. I prefer numbers. 3 minutes is enough. Barely. I need 3 things. Break my army away from the branch signature. Disable the central relay long enough to stop completion. Exploit Jang's humiliation before he remembers self-preservation. Simple. Terrible. Possible. First problem. My undead are black. No command access. But not destroyed. That matters. They still exist physically. The relay owns orders, not material. And every summon was created from ash using my necromantic imprint. Ownership layers may differ. Command is one layer. Existence is another. I test the smallest possible action. Not move. Not attack. Not even burn. Dismiss. Nothing happens. Beck notices my concentration. Do not bother. I ignore him. Try again. Not command through the network, directly through creation imprint. Collapse one summon. A skeleton at the far edge flickers, black flame shakes. Then steadies. Close. There is resistance. Good. Resistance means the path exists. I push harder. The skeleton cracks. Beck's eyes narrow. Then it collapses into ash. 1. No command. No obedience. Just termination. I smile. Tiny. Beck stops smiling. There, he understands. You retain destruction authority. I say nothing. He raises one hand. The relay pressure increases. Pain tears through my chest. My knees almost bend. Almost. Then the system flashes, creation imprint recognized. Destruction authority retained under forced command seizure. Perfect. I cannot control what I raised, but I can erase it. That is enough. Because erased skeletons become ash. And ash is material. Freshly disconnected material. No active relay imprint. I collapse 10. Then 100. Beck reacts. Black flame units move toward me. Quan fires. 3 shots. He hits the nearest corpse in the knee. Not enough to kill. Enough to slow. Jang finally chooses a side. Not mine. His. He draws a hidden mana blade from inside his coat and cuts down the corpse nearest him. Then screams at Beck. You used me. There it is. Useful emotion. Beck looks disgusted. Do not embarrass yourself. Bad line. Very bad line. Jang charges. Beck does not move. Relay corpses intercept. Jang is stronger than I expected. Fast. Mana blade cuts through 2. Then 3. He gets 5 steps closer. Enough distraction. I collapse 1,000 of my own skeletons. Then 5,000. Then 10. The chamber fills with ash. Black flame vanishes from each destroyed unit. Beck shouts, "Stop him!" Too late. I place my bleeding palm against the floor. The broken relic burns white-orange beneath my shirt. I do not command the old army. I cast a new one. Rise. The ash erupts. 10,000 fresh fire skeletons appear. Orange, not black, for half a second. Then the relay reaches for them. I expected that, so I do something different. No direct command chain. I route them through Bulwark's dormant modern imprint. Not active Bulwark. His imprint. The command architecture I learned through him. Distributed branch. No ancient relay signature. The black pressure catches some. Not all. 3,000 turn black. 7,000 stay orange. There. Confirmed. Distributed modern hierarchy resists forced synchronization better than direct branch control. Beck's expression finally changes. Not fear. Concern. Good enough. I immediately collapse the 3,000 captured units. Raise them again through a different branch. Cinderbolt pattern. More stay orange. The Saint Relay is trying to seize every new summon, but each separate hierarchy forces it to process a new authority path. Exactly the congestion problem from before. Perfect central systems hate messy inputs, so I become messier. I raise 20,000. Not one army, 40 independent cohorts, different command branches, different command labels, different hierarchy depths, some through modern elites, some through temporary squad structures, some deliberately left with only primitive orders. Advance, hold, burn. No shared upper channel. My skull hurts. Badly. This is much harder than using Mugen. That is fine. Mugen's independence taught me the method. Even absent, he is useful. Beck raises both hands. The Saint Relay flares. Black flame spreads. Half my new army freezes. I collapse the captured half. Raise replacements. Again. Black. Collapse. Raise. Again. The chamber becomes a brutal cycle of creation and destruction. 1 second each time. That is where my broken spell becomes unfair. Beck can seize. I can replace faster than his relay can stabilize. Not forever. My mana is draining. My soul capacity strains. But 3 minutes? Maybe. Quan reaches the relay control bridge. 2 black corpses block him. Jang cuts one down from behind. Quan shoots the other through the eye. For one absurd second, they fight side by side. Neither likes it. Perfect. Main feeder, I shout. Quan understands. Jang does too. They move toward the central conduit. Bake finally stops pretending this is under control. He extends one hand toward Jang. Black runes ignite across Jang's neck. Jang freezes. Oh, relay imprint. Of course. Years of using private relay nodes left him marked. Bake smiles. You thought you were outside the system. Jang's arm turns. Slowly, against his will. His mana blade points toward Quan. Jang's face twists. Get away. Quan does not. Instead, he shoots the relay rune on Jang's neck. Point blank. Jang screams. Blood sprays. The rune breaks partially. Control slips. He falls. Useful, painful, alive. Quan reaches the main feeder. Beck sends an entire black flame cohort toward him. I raise 5,000 skeletons directly between them. No complex command. Just one primitive instruction. Hold. They form badly. Die quickly. Good enough. Every second matters. Synchronization timer inside the relay display drops. 1 minute 40 seconds. Too fast. I need Mujin. Not physically. His pattern. His adaptive command style. Independent interpretation. I cannot recreate that from basics. But maybe I do not need to. The ancient officers were vulnerable because the relay recognized their command signatures. Mujin resisted longer than Han Guillaume. Why? Experience? Modification? The relay fragment integrated through his core earlier. That should have made him more vulnerable, not less. Unless the broken adaptive arm. Structural mutation. He changed himself outside the original relay template. That is it. Independent evolution creates non-standard signatures. The Saint Relay recognizes old architecture. Modern imprints partially resist. Modified elites resist better. Unpredictability is protection. My father's warning again. Do not complete relay. Completion kills deviation. Deviation is survival. I reach for Mujin through the dead channel. Nothing. Again, nothing. Then faint heat. West. Very far. He is still there. Outside direct relay range. Exactly where I left him. Reserve. Redundancy. I send no command. Just one pulse. Now. The answer comes instantly. Mujin moves. I feel it faintly through the damaged network. He has been waiting. Of course. Han Game moves with him. Ancient officers. Outside. Hidden. Independent. They attack the relay from the western nodes. Not Central Furnace 1. The outer network. Exactly the trap I prepared without knowing I would need it. 6 sealed western access routes contain dormant ash reservoirs. Mujin activates them manually through relic fragments we left untouched. Not my spell. Old infrastructure. Thousands of unclaimed ancient skeletons wake under local nodes. Then Mujin destroys the nodes, one after another. The city map flickers. Western node 4 disappears. Then 5. Then 7. Bake turns toward the display. No. There. First fear. Real. His perfect metropolitan system depends on every outer node feeding the center. Mujin is cutting the ring. Han Guillaume destroys another. The synchronization percentage drops. Not much. Enough. Quan reaches the main feeder. He fires into the control housing. Nothing. Armored. Jang, bleeding from the neck, crawls toward him. There's a manual release. Quan looks at him. Jang points beneath the conduit. Under the plate. Quan rips the panel open. Inside is a mechanical lever. Old design. My father's generation. Of course. Modern systems always hide behind ancient hardware. Quan pulls. Nothing. Locked. Jang laughs bitterly. Director authorization. Quan looks at him. Jang crawls closer, places his bloody palm against the scanner. The lock releases. For one moment, Jang has a choice. Keep the feeder active and preserve his chance to steal control later, or shut it down and lose everything he built toward. He hesitates. There. Greed. Suspicion. Investment. Exactly where the trap requires him. Bake sees it. Jang. That voice changes everything, not order. Threat. Jang looks at Beck. Then at the relay. Then at me. He finally understands the entire structure. Bake used him. I used his assumptions. Quan used his access. Everyone has been moving him. His face twists, then greed wins in a different direction. If I cannot own it, he slams the release. Neither can you. The main feeder disconnects. The Saint Relay screams. Not metaphorically. Every black flame corpse in the chamber opens its jaw. One sound. Massive. Impossible. The black tower cracks. Synchronization crashes. 89%. 70. 52. 30. Bake loses control. My original captured skeletons collapse where they stand. Mujin's channel returns like a blade through my skull. Pain. Heat. Then presence. Mujin. Alive. Angry. Completely himself. I laugh. Once, Bake hears. His face goes pale. No. I press my palm against the floor. All the ash in the chamber answers. Old army? Destroyed army. Relay corpses. Furnace residue. Everything. The broken spell pulses. I cast. Not 100,000. 118,000. In 1 second. Orange fire skeletons erupt across Central Furnace 1. Every gallery, every ash trench, every dead corridor, every broken relay platform. The entire facility becomes flame. Bake stares. Director Jang stares. Quan actually takes 1 step backward. Fair. The number is ridiculous. I feel the mental load immediately. Brutal. My vision shakes. But command is distributed now. Mujin outside. Han Guillaume, Western Front. Bulwark Defensive Center. Cinderbolt ranged branches. Modern captains below. No single tree. A forest. Messy. Independent. Impossible for the Saint Relay to seize all at once. Bake understands. That is the moment his arrogance dies. Not when Jang betrays him. Not when the feeder drops. When he sees 118,000 skeletons rise under a command architecture his perfect system cannot digest. He whispers, "That should not work." I look at him. Broken spell. Then the army moves. The trap from Furnace 9 finally explodes completely. The weak host. The failed summons. The pathetic command circles. The stolen scraps. The unstable burst. Every lie Director Jang carried upward becomes the assumption Beck built his response around. He expected 1 branch, 1 host, 1 hierarchy, 1 seizure. Instead, I spent every part of this war learning how not to become one thing. Bake looks toward Jang. You told me he could not sustain them. Jang laughs through blood. He lied. I glance at him. You believed me. That hurts more. Good. The first wave of fire skeletons hits Beck's remaining relay guards. Stage 1 is already over. Stage 2 ended when I found the network bottleneck. Now comes ignition. Bone aura spreads across tens of thousands. Focused flame activates in rotating cohorts. Not all at once. That would destroy the army. 5,000 burn hotter. Attack. Collapse. Fresh 5,000 replace them. Then another. Then another. Disposable overdrive. The small skill from the early tunnels becomes an industrial weapon. Bake's elite corpses cannot recover. Every formation they destroy returns. Every shield line gets replaced. Every lost skeleton becomes new ash. My army literally manufactures its own spawn material as it dies. Completely brutal. Mujin enters the central chamber at last. His flames are brighter than I have ever seen. The soul crystal I gave him days ago is still clenched inside his chest armor, unused, waiting. He walks through the fire skeleton ranks. They part without direct orders. Han Guillaume follows. The 7 ancient officers behind him. Bake sees them. His face changes again. Recognition. The Ember Battalion. Mujin's black bone blade unfolds. Beck steps backward. Finally, desperation. Not begging. Not yet. But close. I do not finish him. Not here. Not now. This is only the collapse. Judgment comes later. Instead, I give Mujin 1 command. Break the tower. He looks at the Saint Relay. Then at me. No hesitation. No resistance. Choice aligned with command. Exactly how it should be. He raises his blade. Behind him, 118,000 fire skeletons roar without lungs. Mujin's blade hits the Saint Relay tower. The sound is not metal. Not bone. Not stone. It sounds like an entire city cracking its teeth. The first strike splits the outer shell. Black flame erupts through the fracture. Every remaining relay-controlled corpse in Central Furnace 1 convulses. Commissioner Beck screams. Not from fear. From feedback. There it is. The tower is not merely connected to him. He is part of it. Mujin strikes again. The second hit breaks 3 command ribs running up the relay spine. Beck falls to one knee. Black veins burst across his neck. Jang stares. Quan stares. I watch the tower. No celebration. Not yet. Because the system alert in my vision is not saying destroyed. It says emergency succession protocol initiated. Of course, nothing dangerous dies politely. The relay tower begins rebuilding itself. Not physically, hierarchically. Black command light jumps from the broken core into surrounding nodes. Then into Bake. His spine arches. The white commissioner uniform tears across his back. Bone structures push through the fabric. 1, 3, 7. Black ribs unfold behind him like a grotesque crown. He rises, slowly. His eyes are no longer human. The Saint Relay is abandoning the tower, and using him instead. Quan whispers, "That's bad." Accurate. Beck lifts one hand. The entire chamber freezes. Not my army. The furnace. Pipes stop vibrating. Ash hangs motionless in hot air. Then black flame explodes outward. The first wave hits 40,000 fire skeletons. Most survive. Barely. Their orange flames dim. Some turn black at the edges. Mujin gets thrown backward. Han Guillaume drives his spear into the floor to stay upright. Bulwark raises segmented barriers across 3 command sectors. The first barrier shatters. The second holds for half a second. The third fractures. Bake has become stronger than the tower was. That is annoying. Also predictable. Final systems love concentrating power after losing infrastructure. I raise one hand. The army splits automatically. Not 118,000 bodies in one mass. 10 command theaters. 37 cohorts. Hundreds of independent squad structures. Bake looks at the formations. Then at me. You think fragmentation protects you? Yes. He smiles. Then I will erase every fragment. Good. Confidence restored. Temporary confidence. Exactly where I want him. He attacks. Stage 1 begins immediately. And brutally. Black relay spears erupt from the floor. Thousands. A whole front line disappears. Not collapses. Erased. The creation imprint inside those skeletons vanishes. I cannot recycle the ash. That gets my attention. True destruction. Dangerous. Bake sweeps one arm. Another wave cuts through Cinderbolt's ranged formations. 6,000 units gone. Cinderbolt himself loses half his left shoulder. He stays standing. Bulwark shifts defensive sectors. Beck looks toward him. A black command mark flashes. Bulwark freezes. Modern imprint or not, Bake's new authority is stronger. I sever the branch instantly. Bulwark collapses rather than turn. Good. Alive enough. Cinderbolt takes defensive relay. Poor fit. Still better than losing the whole flank. Mujin charges. Bake meets him barehanded. The commissioner catches the adaptive bone blade between 2 fingers. Stops it. Mujin twists. The blade splits into hooked segments. Bake catches those too, then headbutts him. Mujin flies through a furnace column. Black bone explodes across the floor. Han Guillaume attacks from behind. Spear through Beck's back. For 1 second, it works. Then black flame crawls along the weapon. Han Guillaume's arm turns black. I cut his channel. Too slow. He drops his spear before the corruption reaches the shoulder. Good decision. His decision. Not mine. That matters. Bake turns toward me. Do you understand now? I do. He is trying to prove central authority is superior. I almost feel insulted by the lecture. He spreads both arms. Your army suffers because you allow it to choose. Behind him, my skeletons burn. Break. Fall. He continues. Your commanders hesitate. Mujin rises from the rubble. No hesitation. Just damage. Your formations conflict. Cinderbolt sends one cohort left while another turns right. Messy, necessary. Your servants disobey. Mujin looks at me. I look back. He has, multiple times. That is why we are still here. Bake smiles. One command removes weakness. I finally answer. One command creates one weakness. He stops smiling. Good. I signal nothing. That is the point. Mujin moves anyway. Han Guillaume moves separately. Cinderbolt changes firing pattern. Bulwark rebuilds his own branch through 3 surviving captains. Kilnhound attacks from somewhere no sane commander would choose. He launches off a collapsed furnace pipe and bites Beck directly in the side. Beck actually stumbles. For one ridiculous second, the most sophisticated relay authority in the city gets dragged across the floor by a skeletal beast, carrying half a parking barrier in its ribs. Useful beast. Beck explodes with black fire. Kilnhound disintegrates from the shoulders forward. The rear half skids across the chamber. I feel the imprint remain. Alive. Barely. Good. Bake looks furious now. Perfect. Emotion introduces inefficiency. I start reading him. Not the relay system. Him. Every massive command burst is preceded by contraction in the black ribs behind his spine. 7 ribs. Different functions. Left upper controls seizure. Right upper controls destruction. Lower pair handle shield projection. Central 3 regulate relay output. There. Physicalized command architecture. He converted into a machine with anatomy. Machines have parts. I relay nothing. Instead, I let Mujin see what I see through the soul link. 7 ribs, functions, pattern. He understands. Han Guillaume sees it through Mujin. Then Cinderbolt. Then Bulwark, distributed analysis, no spoken plan, no single command. That is our advantage. Bake raises his right hand. Destruction rib contracts. Cinderbolt moves before the attack launches. His entire ranged formation changes elevation. The black wave misses half. Beck notices. Left upper rib contracts. Seizure. Bulwark immediately isolates 3 sectors. The command mark catches 1. Only 1. Bake notices again. His face changes. You're reading me. I say nothing. Mujin smiles without a face. I feel it anyway. Bake attacks faster. Too fast. He is trying to outrun observation. That makes his rhythm less precise. Good. We give ground. Deliberately. Another 10,000 skeletons die. Then 8,000. Then 4. I raise replacements. Not all. My capacity is high. My command bandwidth is the real constraint. Mujin's network can handle more now. Still not infinite. 118,000 was possible during the collapse because the battlefield was distributed across prepared structures. Inside this chamber, precision matters more than quantity. I reduce active numbers, 90,000. Then 75, then 60,000. Jang stares at the army shrinking. You're losing. I glance at him. No. He follows my eyes. Beck's black ribs are glowing brighter. Overheated. Every command is costing more. Good. Jang understands. Slowly. You're making him spend. Yes. Ba hears. His face hardens. Too late. Stage 2. Read the enemy. Complete. Now ignition. I activate Bone Aura, not around the whole army, around Beck. 6,000 skeletons form rotating rings. Each emits the small stat reduction field. One aura is irritating. 6,000 overlapping waves are something else. Bake's movement slows. Barely. Enough. His command rib contractions lag by fractions of a second. Exactly what we need. Mujin attacks first. Not the chest. Not the head. Upper left command rib. Seizure control. Bake blocks. Han Guillaume strikes the lower right shield rib. Beck turns. Cinderbolt fires at the destruction rib. Beck deflects most spikes. Bulwark slams 3 segmented barriers inward from behind. Beck cannot cover everything. Mujin's second strike lands. Crack. The seizure rib breaks. Black flame sprays. Every command mark across my army flickers out. Beck screams. Real pain. Good. First component gone. He retaliates immediately. Destruction wave. I already know the cue. The army splits. Most evade. Not all. 7,000 vanish. Worth it. Han Guillaume drives his broken spear shaft into the shield rib. It cracks. Bulwark follows with a barrier plate sharpened into a wedge. Not something I taught him. Interesting. He drives it through the fracture. The second rib explodes. Evolution through combat is not limited to Mujin. Useful. Bake staggers. Then he does something smarter. He stops attacking the army. He attacks me. Finally. A black spear of compressed relay authority forms in his hand. No wind-up. No rib cue. Personal attack. I barely move. The spear enters below my left shoulder. Pain turns the world white. I hit the floor. The relic under my shirt fractures again. Not the old crack. A new one. Bad. Very bad. Bike appears in front of me. Too fast. He grabs my throat. Lifts me. My feet leave the ground. Around us, my army surges. Bayek expands a destruction field. Thousands die before reaching him. He looks directly into my eyes. No more intermediaries. Blood fills my mouth. I smile anyway. Exactly. His expression changes. Wrong answer. Good. Because he just walked inside the one range where his perfect command architecture becomes irrelevant. My hand closes around his wrist. Not strong enough to break it, not trying. I activate Curse. The slowing effect I have barely used since the early fights. Small. Pathetic by itself. Beck's arm stiffens for a fraction of a second. Then I steal his buff. Not all of it. The Necromancer skill has been there from the beginning. Tested in fragments through absorbed residues. Never strong enough to matter against ordinary enemies. Against someone carrying an entire metropolitan command reinforcement? Much more interesting. The relic bites into the black aura around his wrist. One layer peels off. My body floods with stolen relay reinforcement. Not ownership. Buff. Temporary. Absolutely brutal. My bones stop screaming. My injured shoulder stabilizes. Beck's eyes widen. There. He did not expect that. I headbutt him. Not elegant. Mujin approves somewhere behind him. Bake releases me. I fall. Roll. He reaches again. Mujin intercepts. His adaptive blade punches through Beck's side. Han Guillaume locks the other arm. Bulwark closes segmented barriers around the legs. Cinderbolt fires heated spikes into 3 remaining command ribs. Beck explodes outward. Everyone gets thrown back. Except me. The stolen reinforcement holds. Barely. I stand. My left arm is almost useless. Blood runs down my chest. I do not care. Beck's ribs are damaged. 3 destroyed. 2 cracked. 2 intact. Central control remains. That is the core. He sees where I am looking. Then smiles. Even if you destroy me, the relay will choose another host. Important, not threat. Information. Succession protocol. The real enemy is not Beck's body. It is master authority transfer. Destroy him incorrectly, and Jiang might become host, or Quan, or me. Unacceptable. I look at the broken tower. Then at the ancient command architecture. Then at Mujin. He understands before I finish thinking. The relay needs succession because it requires a single master. So remove the concept of a single master. Not destroy power, destroy hierarchy. That is harder. Also exactly what my broken spell has been doing accidentally since the beginning. Multiplicity. One target becomes all targets. Singular becomes plural. A broken selector. I look at the relic in my chest. Original spell, 1 corpse. Broken spell, every valid corpse. Saint Relay. 1 master. What happens if I apply the same damage targeting logic to master authority? Probably something terrible. Good. We are short on better options. I pull the fractured plate out. Bake sees it. His face changes. Do not. Excellent. Confirmation. I hold the relic toward the Saint Relay tower. The system reacts instantly. Incompatible operation. Branch target fracture detected. Authority duplication risk. Catastrophic. Catastrophic is not the same as impossible. I push. Bake charges. Mujin blocks him. The commissioner punches through Mujin's chest. A whole section of ribs disappears. Mujin does not stop. He grabs Beck's arm with both hands. Han Guillaume locks the other. Bulwark seals the legs. Cinderbolt fires continuously. They cannot hold him long. Enough. I force the broken spell into the relay's master selection layer. The effect is immediate. The black flame above the tower splits. 2, 4, 8, 16. Bake screams. No! The master authority tries to choose. The broken selector says all. Every valid command node becomes a candidate, not one master. Thousands. The relay cannot resolve it. Black command light explodes across the city map. Jiang falls to his knees as authority hits him. Quan grabs the wall. Mujin's ancient crest ignites. Han Guillaume's does too. Bulwark's modern imprint flares. Even Cinderbolt. Every command-capable entity receives a fragment. Then the authority starts tearing itself apart because fragments disagree. Perfect. Messy. Independent. Alive. The Saint Relay shudders. Bake loses central reinforcement. His black ribs dim. Mugen drives his adaptive blade through the first central rib. Crack. Han Guillaume destroys the second. Bulwark crushes the third between barrier plates. All 7 command ribs are gone. Bake falls. Not dead, human enough to bleed, relay enough to smoke. He crawls. For the first time, Commissioner Beck Wonsook looks afraid, not concerned. Not angry, afraid. He reaches toward the fractured relic. Give it to me. There. Begging begins. I stand over him. My vision pulses. The entire relay network is still fragmenting. The chamber is collapsing. Ash storms through broken vents. My army surrounds us in burning ranks. Bake looks up. I can stabilize it. I remember his words. Your servants disobey. Your formations conflict. Your commanders hesitate. I crouch. No. His face twists. You need one authority. I look toward Mugen. Half his chest is destroyed. Still standing. Han Guillaume is missing an arm, still holding his spear. Bulwark's barriers are cracked. Cinderbolt can barely remain upright. None of them wait for a perfect command. They are already repositioning, already protecting retreat lanes, already choosing. I look back at Beck. You said my army suffers because I allow it to choose. He freezes. Exact words. Good. I smile. That is why yours loses. Then I stand. Beck grabs my trouser leg. Actually grabs it. Wait. No, not yet. His judgment belongs later. Mugen has something more important to do. The soul crystal I gave him days ago is still embedded inside his chest armor, untouched. Waiting. The system alert finally flashes across my vision. Elite transformation conditions satisfied. Independent command mutation, stable. Ancient relay authority fragment acquired. Evolution available. There it is. Foreshadowed. Earned. Now. I look at Mugen. Use it. He reaches into the broken cavity in his chest, pulls out the soul crystal, crushes it. The chamber goes silent. Orange flame folds inward around him. His damaged bones dissolve. For 1 second, nothing stands where Mugen stood. Then the fire expands. A massive skeletal figure emerges. Taller. Heavier. Armor grown directly from black furnace bone. The adaptive right arm has become a complete modular weapon structure, blade, hook, spear, edge, all folded into one brutal limb. A mantle of ember-red command banners burns behind his shoulders without cloth. The old furnace marshal crest glows in the center of his chest, but the relay mark beneath it is fractured deliberately, incomplete, independent. His skull flame is no longer orange. White at the center, gold around the edges. The pressure from him rolls through the entire army. Every skeleton straightens, not because he forces them, because they recognize him. A system alert burns across my vision. Elite evolution complete. Ashen Marshal. Independent Legion authority established. Beck stares. Mugen looks down at him. Then at me. No kneeling. Not this time. He places one fist against his chest. A soldier's acknowledgement. Equal parts, loyalty, and choice. Much better. I nod. Then the remaining Saint Relay structure begins collapsing. We have seconds. Mugen the Ashen Marshal now raises his new arm. Without waiting for me, he divides the entire undead army into evacuation sectors. Han Guillaume takes the western corridors. Bulwark takes the wounded. Cinderbolt takes rear suppression. Kilnhound's surviving rear half gets picked up by 6 skeletons and carried like an extremely angry piece of luggage. Good. Everyone moves. Zhang tries to crawl toward a side exit. Quan catches him by the collar, not killing. Later, Beck lies beneath the broken tower. He looks at me. Do not leave me. Interesting. The man who wanted every mind under one command is suddenly terrified of being abandoned. Thematic possibilities. I grab him by the back of his uniform. Not kindness. Inventory. You don't die here. Hope flashes in his face. I hate to disappoint him. You still owe me answers. Hope disappears. Better. We evacuate Central Furnace 1 as the Saint Relay tears itself apart behind us. Not destroyed completely. Fragmented, Thousands of authority shards scatter into dormant nodes. That is a future problem. A serious one. But no central master survives. No metropolitan override. No perfect army. The city's dead stop moving in synchronized black flame. Across the Eastern District, relay nodes fail one after another. Preserved subjects disconnect. Living processors collapse but remain alive. Quan checks the signal from his brother's pod. Stable. He closes his eyes for 1 second, then opens them. Enough emotion. Back to work. We reach the surface as Central Furnace 1 erupts behind us. Not fire. Ash. A massive column rises over the city. Black at first, then orange, then ordinary gray. People across the district watch. No one knows what happened. Perfect. Let them speculate. My army retreats underground before emergency drones arrive. Not all 118,000. Many died. Some were erased permanently. Some remain scattered across hidden ash sectors. Enough. More than enough. I absorb the souls released when Beck's relay corpses finally disconnect. The surge is enormous. My capacity climbs beyond anything I bother counting in the moment. Elite units repair. Modern captains stabilize. Han Guillaume's missing arm begins rebuilding. Mujin's evolved form absorbs residue almost effortlessly. The Ashen Marshal walks beside me in silence. Different, but still him. That matters more. Baek is dragged behind us. Jang, too. Quan walks between them with his pistol ready. Former commissioner, former director, formerly untouchable men. Now both covered in furnace dust. Talk about rapid career adjustment. When we reach the underground command chamber, Beck looks around at the red standards, at the layered formations, at the independent officers, at Mujin, then finally at me. He understands what beat him. Not bigger firepower, not a stronger relic. A system designed around surviving disagreement. He whispers, "This is inefficient." I sit at the command table. My shoulder is ruined. My clothes are soaked in blood. My head feels like someone burned a furnace inside it. Still, I smile. Yeah. Mujin takes position behind me, not kneeling. Standing. Han Guillaume beside him. Bulwark and Cinderbolt at the chamber edges. Kilnhound's skull sits on the table while the rest of him regenerates, because apparently nobody found a better place for it. His jaw snaps at Jang. Jang flinches. Useful beast. I place my father's brass tag beside the cracked relic. Do not complete relay. He was right. So was I. The broken spell was never valuable, because it could create 100,000 skeletons in 1 second. That was only the obvious part. Its real advantage is simpler. It refuses to stay singular. One target becomes thousands. One command becomes branches. One authority becomes fragments. One weakness becomes many smaller problems. Messier. Harder. Alive. I look at Baek. Then Jang. Both are still breathing. Both have started begging in different ways. Baek wants the relay restored. Jang wants immunity. Neither is getting what he wants. Not tonight. Tonight, I count the living prisoners. The recovered relay data. The preservation sites. The remaining commissioners. The officers who signed the orders. The people who actually killed my father. Because Beck said he ordered containment. He never said who carried it out. And Director Jang looked away when he said it. I notice things like that. Jang notices me noticing. His face goes pale. Good. The battle is over. The judgment is not. By sunrise, the most powerful men in the Eastern District are sitting on furnace crates, no thrones. No chains carved from legendary bone. No dramatic execution platform. Just 2 battered steel containers in the maintenance chamber beneath Red Furnace 9. Commissioner Baek Wan-seok sits on one. Director Jang Taegayan sits on the other. Both wear suppression collars. Both look terrible. I find that appropriate. Mujin stands beside the command table in his evolved Ashen Marshal form, white gold flame burning behind the sockets of his black furnace skull. Han Guillaume waits behind him. Bulwark guards the northern passage. Cinderbolt watches the southern one. Kilnhound has regenerated enough of his body to stand again, although his front left leg is still slightly shorter than the others. He does not seem bothered. He is currently staring at Jang. Jang is trying very hard not to notice. Inspector Quan enters from the medical corridor. His brother is awake. Barely. That matters. Quan Sungal cannot stand yet. He can speak only a few words at a time. Several years of relay preservation left half his nervous system dependent on artificial mana circulation. But he remembers. Not everything. Enough. More importantly, he remembers names. Quan places a data slate on my table. Sungil confirmed the command chain. I open it. 4 signatures. 4 people who turned Red Furnace 9, Annex 7, the Saint Relay, and hundreds of missing bodies into one machine. Commissioner Baek Won-sok, Director Jang Tae-gyun, Chief Relay Architect Moon Seong-pil, Preservation Administrator Chae Mira. There, 4. Not random accomplices. The 4 people who built the structure. Captain Ma Dokjin was Jang's execution hand. He already died in the furnace because he carried out orders personally. These 4 made sure men like him always had orders to carry out. I scroll through the records. Moon Seong-pil designed the living processor interfaces. Chae Mira selected compatible bodies for preservation. Jang controlled logistics, corpse transfers, secret facilities, and witness cleanup. Beck created the Saint Relay program itself. 4 crimes, 4 endings, good. I look at Quan. Where are Mun and Chae? Alive, convenient. Location? Preservation control bunker, beneath Sector 4. I stand. Jang immediately looks up. Seo Haeon. I ignore him. He tries again. We had an agreement. No. His expression tightens. We cooperated at Central Furnace 1. You cooperated after Beck told you that your entire private empire was a laboratory. His jaw flexes. That does not erase the fact that I helped shut down the relay. No. I put on my coat. It just means I do not execute you before collecting the rest. Silence. Kilnhound's jaw opens. Jang looks away. I leave him there. Moon Seong-pil is easier to find than I expect. People who design systems usually believe understanding the machine means understanding the people inside it. It does not. By the time we reach Sector 4, Mun has barricaded himself inside the relay control bunker with 42 security officers and 3 prototype processor units. I bring 600 skeletons, only 600. The guards laugh when they see the number through the bunker cameras. One of them actually says, "That's it?" I hear it through the hacked maintenance speaker. Mujin looks at me. I shrug. Apparently, the bunker door is designed to survive a gate beast, so I do not attack the door. Cinderbolt leads 200 skeletons into the ventilation system. Bulwark seals the emergency exits. Han Guillaume enters through a maintenance shaft under the coolant network. Mujin does nothing. He waits beside me. That is the part the bunker guards do not understand. A commander standing still can be more dangerous than one swinging a weapon. Mun comes over the speaker. His voice is thin, measured, academic. Seo Haeon. I continue checking the bunker map. I have reviewed your manifestation data. Congratulations. The broken branch spell is extraordinarily valuable. There it is, even now. Not people. Not deaths. Value. If you kill me, you lose the only person capable of reconstructing the original branch architecture. I finally look toward the camera. I do not want the original architecture. He goes quiet. You should. No. You misunderstand its potential. I almost laugh. That sentence explains his entire crime. Mun believes everyone who disagrees simply understands less. The ventilation alarm triggers. Cinderbolt is inside. Security teams reposition. Exactly as expected. Mun continues. The Saint Relay failed because Beck implemented political constraints over technical design. Interesting attempt. Blame dead hierarchy. It could have worked. There, that one matters. Quan looks at me. I look at the camera. Worked? Yes. Mun sounds more confident now. With a properly unified authority structure, command conflict disappears. Mujin's white gold flame brightens. I smile. Your servants disobey. Your formations conflict. Your commanders hesitate. Mun pauses. Those are Baek's words. The ideology is the same. I continue. That was his argument too. Beck was crude. No. I press one finger against the bunker map. He was honest. Han Gaem reaches the coolant core. I feel it through the network. Mun does not know. He wanted control. I tap the marked pipe. You wanted to call control engineering. Han Gaem breaks the coolant line. Every processor rack inside the bunker overheats. Alarms explode. Security formations break. Cinderbolt drops from the ceiling. Bulwark opens the emergency exits from outside. 600 skeletons become enough. 3 minutes later, The bunker belongs to me. Mun tries to destroy his research. Mujin reaches him first. Not killing. One hand around the throat. Mun kicks uselessly against black bone. I walk into the control room. Screens show thousands of neural diagrams. Human brains mapped as relay hardware. Hundreds of test subjects. Most dead. Some children. That changes nothing tactically. It changes how much effort I spend ensuring Mun survives the next hour. I order every file copied. Then every processor prototype disconnected. Mun watches from the floor. You're destroying decades of work. I crouch beside him. No. I point toward the data transfer. I'm preserving it. Relief appears. Small. Stupid. Then I finish. As evidence. Relief disappears. Good. Che Mira is in the next room. She does not fight. That is almost worse. She sits behind a preservation console while 300 pods blink around her. The moment I enter, she raises both hands. I surrender. I stop. Mujin stops. Quan walks past me. Che sees him. Her face changes. She knows the name. Quan. He does not raise his weapon. Good control. You processed my brother. Che swallows. I processed thousands. Wrong answer. Very wrong. Quan goes completely still. She realizes too late. I know what you mean. He steps aside. Looks at me. This is not his judgment. He knows that. I check her records. Che Mira personally classified preserved subjects by soul integrity. High values became processor candidates. Moderate values became elite corpse candidates. Low values were harvested into soul crystals. People reduced into inventory categories. She sees the files on my screen. I followed the preservation mandate. Of course. Someone always does. I did not create the system. No. I never killed them myself. No. Her breathing steadies. She thinks those answers help. They do not. Then she says the sentence I expect. They were already casualties. I look at her. Were they? She freezes. I rotate the terminal. Quan Sunjul's file appears. Neural activity at intake. Conscious. Stable enough to communicate. Marked deceased before preservation. Not casualty. Prisoner. Che looks away. I keep scrolling. Hundreds more. Same thing. She says quietly. We needed compatible subjects. There. Truth. Finally. Not orders. Not confusion. Need. I stand. Good. She looks up. Good? I prefer when people stop lying before I judge them. We take both alive. By afternoon, the entire Eastern Command Preservation Network starts collapsing. Not physically, administratively. That is more satisfying. Inspector Quan sends authenticated files to the National Gate Casualty Bureau, 3 independent guild councils, military oversight, and every family registry attached to the stolen bodies. Not one leak, hundreds, too many copies to bury, too many witnesses to shoot, too many officials suddenly terrified that their signatures are next. Director Zhang watches the emergency broadcasts from underground. His face gets worse with every hour. Command officers arrested. Preservation facilities seized. Families demanding bodies. Guilds withdrawing from Eastern Command. Emergency authority suspended. Assets frozen. Every structure he built to make himself indispensable turns into evidence. He finally understands. You planned this. I sit across from him. Parts. How long? There is that question again. I remember him asking it inside Central Furnace 1 after realizing the false chamber was a lie. I give him the answer this time. Since you believed the first broken skeleton. His face empties. Good. Trap continuity. Completed. The weak summons in Part 3. The fake command circles. The deliberately broken bones. The blood trail. The identification tag. He interacted with the lie. Trusted it. Built plans on it. Then started doubting when the army appeared at Central Furnace 1. Still went forward because he wanted the relay. And now every facility he centralized under emergency authority is sitting neatly inside one investigation map. My original bait was never designed to kill him underground. It was designed to make him gather his crimes into one place. He did. Efficiently, Zhang leans forward. I can give you names. Quan already has them. Offshore accounts. Frozen. Relic caches. Found. His breathing changes. Desperation. Finally. I can tell you what happened to your father. There. That one earns my attention. Not mercy. Attention. I look at him. Talk. Beck smiles from the opposite crate. Even now, he knows something. Jang notices. Hates it. Then speaks. Your father found the branch relic 12 years ago during maintenance excavation. I know. He realized the targeting fracture prevented full relay assimilation. I suspected. He tried to remove it. I wait. Bake ordered us to stop him. Us. There. Who touched him? Jang says nothing. I already know. His eyes tell me before his mouth does. Captain Ma. Probably. But not alone. Ma restrained him. Jang's voice gets quieter. I authorized the purge line. There it is, his crime. Not abstract logistics. Not paperwork. He personally authorized the furnace sequence that killed my father. I feel something cold settle inside me. Not rage. Rage burns too quickly. This is cleaner. Jang sees it. Immediately starts speaking faster. I did not know the chamber had not evacuated. Lie. I pull up the maintenance log. His authorization appears beside the occupancy warning. He stops. I read the timestamp. Then his own response from 12 years ago. Purification priority overrides internal personal recovery. Almost identical to what he said at Furnace 9. Same method, same language, same man. People really do repeat themselves. I look at him. When Furnace 9 was sealed, you said, containment priority has shifted. He goes pale. I continue. Your people were ordered to remain calm while purification proceeded. His mouth opens. Nothing comes out. You used the same procedure on my father. No answer. I lean back. Good. He looks confused. Good? Now I know exactly what belongs to you. Beck finally speaks. This is sentimental. I turn toward him. Wrong timing. Again. Bake still thinks judgment is a debate about efficiency. Fine. We start with him. I move the prisoners into the old Furnace 9 command chamber. Not public. No cheering crowd, no throne, no spectacle. The people they hurt do not need theater from me. They need finality. Beck stands inside the broken original relay circle. The same type of architecture he spent years trying to complete. Mujin places 4 independent command standards around him. No central link. Bake looks at them. Understands immediately. His face changes. You cannot fragment a living consciousness safely. I know. That scares him. Good. I do not destroy his mind. That would be pointless cruelty. I do something more precise. I use the broken branch relic to strip every relay authority imprint from his soul. One layer at a time. Every command privilege. Every processor link. Every embedded override. Every fragment of the Saint relay that still recognizes him. Gone. Bake gasps as black light tears out of his body. He reaches toward it. Cannot touch it. For years, he wanted every dead mind connected beneath him. Now he becomes the one person the relay network will never recognize again. Permanent exclusion. No command authority. No artifact compatibility. No access to necromantic systems. Nothing. Just Bake one Seok. One aging man. One body. No network. He stares at his hands. No. I remember his words. One command removes weakness. He looks up. I repeat them exactly. One command removes weakness. His face twitches. Then I gesture toward the dead relay marks falling like black ash. You wanted one authority. I turn away. Now you get one life. Quan takes him. Bake will spend what remains of that life inside a non-mana containment prison while every record of his perfect system becomes evidence against him. No martyrdom. No heroic death. No final command. Just irrelevance. For him, that is worse. Next is Mun Seongpil. His judgment happens in the preservation bunker. Appropriate. I place him in front of the processor racks he designed. Not connected. Never. Instead, Quan activates the archive. Every subject file appears around him. Names. Faces. Neural damage. Final status. Thousands. Mun tries not to look. So I remove that option. Not magically. Legally. His sentence includes reconstruction work under bureau supervision. Every surviving processor subject must be medically mapped. Every interface must be reversed. Every dangerous mechanism must be documented. Every piece of expertise he used to turn minds into infrastructure is now used to dismantle that infrastructure. No access to independent laboratories, no ownership, no patents, no classified authority, no control over patients. He works behind transparent oversight until every surviving subject is disconnected or he dies. Whichever comes second. Mun looks at me. You need me. I remember his line. You said, you misunderstand its potential. His mouth closes. I point toward the recovery ward. No. Then toward the processor racks. They need you. That is his punishment. The man who treated people as components becomes a component in their recovery. Third is Che Mira. I take her to Annex 7. Rows of preservation pods are opening now. Not all subjects survive removal. Some were dead long before we arrived. Some can be recovered. Some remain unknown. Families wait upstairs. Che stands at the intake terminal. She knows every code, every hidden routing convention, every false death classification. So she gets a job, not freedom, work. Under armed supervision, she identifies every person she processed, every false death certificate, every harvested soul crystal, every corpse transferred under anonymous code, every family lied to. No shortcuts, no automated batch conversion. One name at a time. She looks at thousands of records. Her face collapses. That will take years. I remember her words. They were already casualties. I repeat them. Exactly. They were already casualties. She closes her eyes. No. I tap the first unidentified file. Then prove it. That is her judgment. The woman who erased names into categories spends years restoring categories into names. No execution. Too easy. No forgiveness. Not mine to give. Then Jang. He is last. Because I want him to watch the others lose exactly what they abused. Bake loses authority. Mun loses ownership of knowledge. Che loses anonymity. Jang loses control of logistics. Every account, every hidden furnace route, every private facility, every corpse registry, every emergency authorization, transferred, audited, opened. The bureaucratic empire he built collapses in a single afternoon. But that is not enough. His specific crime is simpler. He used purification systems to murder inconvenient people, including my father. So I take him back to Red Furnace 9. The original yard has stopped burning. Workers are rebuilding the barricades. No one knows why I bring him below. No one needs to. We stop in front of the old purge console. The same model, same authorization architecture. Jang sees it. His legs almost fail. No. Interesting. He thinks I am going to burn him. I do not. That would make me him. Not morally. I do not care about moral symmetry, practically. Death would end his usefulness too quickly. I activate the old console. A maintenance archive opens. Hundreds of purge authorizations signed by him. My father's among them. Mr. Guak. Workers from Furnace 9. Witnesses from earlier accidents. Names the first processed without knowing why they died. Jang stares. I place his hand on the biometric reader. He tries to pull away. Mujin holds his wrist. I load the reversal authorization. Every sealed purge archive under Jang's credentials unlocks across the Eastern District. Evidence releases simultaneously. Not just internal reports, raw footage, orders, body counts, names. His signature. Everything. Jang begins shaking. Stop. I look at him. He said something similar once. Not directly to me. But his system did. Remain calm while purification proceeds. I lean closer. When you sealed Furnace 9, your order was, all surviving personnel are ordered to remain calm while purification proceeds. His eyes widen. I speak quietly, so remain calm. Then I press his hand into the scanner. The archive opens. Completely. His entire career burns down without a flame. He will live. Trial, asset seizure, murder charges, conspiracy, illegal human experimentation, hundreds of wrongful deaths, and one count attached to Seo Minjae. My father gets his name back. That is enough. Jang sinks to the floor. Not dead. Destroyed anyway. The 4 judgments end before midnight. Bake is transferred under national anti-relay containment. Mun begins dismantling the processor architecture. Che starts restoring victim identities. Jang enters bureau custody with every hidden purge archive attached to his name. No forgiveness. No speeches about becoming better people. No lesson. I am not interested. I return underground. That is where the real work begins. The Saint Relay is gone as a central system. Its fragments remain. Hundreds of dormant command nodes. Some dangerous. Some useful. I do not reconnect them. My father's warning stays on the command table. Do not complete relay. I finally understand it completely. So I redesign everything around the opposite principle. No central throne. No single command tower. No absolute authority chain. Mujin controls the Ember Legions. Han Guillaume controls mobile assault cohorts. Bulwark controls defense sectors and evacuation routes. Cinderbolt controls ranged networks and scouts. Modern captains manage local ash reservoirs. I can override emergency destruction. I cannot erase their tactical judgment. Good. That is deliberate. The city changes above us. Corpse processing sites become independently audited. Families recover names. Preservation survivors enter medical care. Furnace workers get actual evacuation rights written into the new emergency protocols. That last one is Kwan's idea. I approve because workers who can escape are more useful alive. Kwan Soonjul begins walking again 3 months later, slowly. With assistance, Inspector Kwan sends me a photograph. I delete it after looking once, no reason to become sentimental. He also sends me a message. Central Bureau wants to know who controls the fire skeletons. I reply. No one. He sends another. That answer makes them more nervous. Good. The rumors never disappear. They get worse. People claim the ash host lives beneath every furnace. That fire skeletons patrol forgotten subway lines. That an ancient marshal walks through burning gates. That one skeletal beast steals road signs. The last one is unfortunately true. Kilnhound now has 6. I stop asking. My stable capacity continues growing. 130,000. 160, then higher. The number matters less every month. Because the lesson is obvious now. 100,000 badly commanded skeletons are a spectacle. 20,000 organized ones are an army. 100 independent officers with their own judgment are a civilization waiting to happen. I am not building one. Probably. Mujin would disagree. He has expanded the underground command chamber 3 times without asking. Han Guillaume has established training sectors. Bulwark has reinforced the old furnace tunnels. Cinderbolt has somehow created a system of bone signal towers beneath the rail network. Nobody asked permission. I allow it. Mostly because it works. One evening, I stand on the upper maintenance platform overlooking Red Furnace 9. The facility has been rebuilt. New blast doors. Manual evacuation overrides. Independent alarm circuits. No secret relay chamber. Workers move through the yard below. Alive, busy, complaining. Normal. Mujin stands beside me. His ashen martial armor reflects the furnace glow. No kneeling. No dramatic declaration. Just presence. I pull the broken spell plate from inside my coat. It is still cracked. More than before. Ugly. Unstable. Absolutely ridiculous. The artifact that was supposed to raise 1 soldier now carries enough fractured architecture to spawn an army faster than most hunters can draw a weapon. I look down at the ash reservoir. Want to test something? Mujin turns. I touch the relic. No danger. No enemy. No audience. Just curiosity. The reservoir answers. 100,000 fire skeletons rise in 1 second. Perfect rows. No collision. No screaming command pressure. No black relay flame. Orange fire spreads across the entire yard like sunrise trapped inside bones. Workers above the reservoir freeze. Some scream. One drops his lunch. Mujin looks at the formation, then raises one hand. The entire army turns left. Another motion. They turn right. Another. They sit. All 100,000. At once. I stare. Then at him. You have been practicing. His white gold flames brighten. Of course he has. I dismiss the army. 100,000 skeletons collapse into harmless ash in a single rolling wave. The workers remain silent. I lean against the railing. Years ago, men like Beck believed strength meant placing everything beneath one command. Zhang believed strength meant controlling every route. Mun believed strength meant understanding every mechanism. Che believed people could be reduced into useful categories. They all made the same mistake. They thought control and power were the same thing. I look at the cracked relic in my palm. My spell is broken. My command structure is messy. My strongest servant argues with me. My officers improvise. My skeletal beast steals municipal property. And somehow, the whole thing works. I slide the relic back into my coat. The furnace siren sounds for shift change. No purge. No secret execution order. Just workers going home. Good. Mugen turns toward the lower tunnels. I follow. Before we disappear beneath Red Furnace 9, I glance once at the ash behind us. A broken spell gave me 100,000 skeletons in 1 second. Everyone else spent months trying to fix what made it broken. That was their mistake. I never needed a perfect system. Perfect systems only need one failure. Mine has thousands. And every last one of them knows how to keep moving.